Hey, Steven. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, let me do the social media stuff. Man, I wish I had an easy way of fetching the YouTube link to my stream. I think that OBS could be able to give it to me, but it doesn't. Oh well. Here we go. Okay, I'll go grab some tea and I'll be right back. Okay, tea is brewing. Check out this Ziggy. Come on, camera. You can do it. Come on. Wait, is this really? Oh my god, this is like, oh right, that makes, oh, oops, that makes sense. It's like minimum focus distance. So this, yeah, this is it. Huh. Huh. Not bad. Let's see. How does this one look like? Yeah. Although, oh no, Mac is written backwards. Okay, okay. I'll go grab the cup. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Hello, CPN on YouTube. Hello. So, listen, I want to make more progress on the HTML parser, but I will, after that, I'm turning on chat. I'm turning on YouTube chat in Bork. Fuck the terms of service. Whatever. This is not a TD stream, so it's not like it's any Twitch mod is gonna join this stream. Nothing to see here. So they're all watching like hot tub streams anyway. So oh no, my sub count went down. I don't know why or how, but it's 8 now. I guess one expired. Just joined. What's happening here? Can you give an overview? Sure. Yeah, YouTube chat deserves better. I agree. I'm sorry. I'll do it soon. So here's what's happening. I'm writing my own HTML parser. Why? Because I am writing my own templating language that I want to use in my static site generator. And well, let's kind of imagine that you're somebody who's inventing their own Jinja, mustache, handlebars, that kind of thing. Or, you know, the Hugo templating language. Maybe you've used some of those. So when you're in that situation, you might want to make your own HTML parser. You can find pre-built stuff out there, but, you know, people who are not deep into this stuff maybe are used to think that there is like, you know, a parser for something. Like you have an HTML parser, you're good, you have it, right? But in reality, when it comes to this stuff, there's like a few different ways in which your parser can work. And it's not just an implementation detail. It's literally what the parser gives you, how it structures the AST, how it reacts to malformed input, for example, which is important when you're building developer tooling. So I'm making my own so that I can handcraft basically all these interactions. And right now I'm at this point. So I have this input HTML file, and then I parse it as an AST, and then I'm printing this out, and I'm parsing it correctly. Like the AST, when it reprints itself, prints itself correctly, but right now it doesn't do nice indentation. So what I want, this example isn't showing exactly what I want, but what I want is that you give me HTML that is not perfectly formatted, and I auto-format it. So that's the next step of what I want to implement. So I'm going to make a test case where this thing doesn't have all the correct spacing the way I like it. And I will basically expect that the final output corrects all the indentation. That's what I want. But to do that, there are like a couple rules, because white space in HTML, sometimes it's not meaningful, sometimes it is meaningful. So there's like a few nuanced rules to think about. How do you find time to do a full-time job and stream? That's a good question, Algebra. I'll tell you a secret. Part of my full-time job is streaming. I'm cheating. I'm super cheating. This is part of my job. So, I work at the Z Software Foundation, so doing stuff with Zig is my job. Doing outreach communication related to Zig is also part of my job. So, if you're interested in Zig, if you have any question that you would like to ask to somebody who is involved with the project, this is your chance. This is your chance. In the meantime, I'll work on my HTML parser. And ideally, the goal is to, you know, make this project useful for people in the Zig ecosystem so that they can have fancy websites for their Zig projects. That's kind of the idea. Okay, so now I have my render function that it loops over the AST and prints, you know, all prints nodes. Like this is like printing an opening tag, a closing tag. It doesn't support attributes yet, for example. Like attributes are not taken into consideration. So there's a lot of work that we need to do. But I want to start the work for indentation. So now we do care about indentation. We do start at 0, maybe. Not fully aware of HTML parser. Is there any specs for it that you are following? HTML does have a spec, yes. Usually when a parser goes with a tokenizer, so the tokenizer is the first stage. It's the thing that basically takes in the text that you want to parse and chops it into tokens. That part was implemented not by me, was implemented by Johnny Marler, who's another Zig community member, and that one was made mostly following the spec. So it was made following the spec plus some simplifications because there are some things that he wasn't interested in, and I'm making changes to it. Also, he left some to-dos, so I'm also doing the to-dos. But for the AST thing, no, I am not following a spec. I'm going with my guts. But maybe, I don't know if you will find this interesting or not, but this is not that uncommon for developer tooling. Like if you're making a web browser, you probably want to follow the spec to a T, to like fully precisely. And keep in mind that for a browser, it's more complicated because it's not just parsing the AST. Like you in the browser, you don't have a HTML AST, you have the DOM. And the DOM is like, I guess it starts as the AST of an HTML page, but then you have JavaScript interacting with it. You have all the runtime APIs that you can use. So, point being, it's a more complicated thing than what I'm doing. I'm not doing a DOM. I stop at the syntax level in a sense. Because I'm doing a tool that goes, like I'm basically writing an LSP for HTML. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. So, to conclude, you will find that many developer tools that relate to HTML and other standards, they obviously try to do the right thing. They don't implement a spec completely at random, but at the same time they do take liberties. Because, for example, HTML also how a browser recovers when parsing malformed HTML, that is important. That is also something that you kind of want to be consistent across browsers. Imagine that you have like a tag that like you have a spurious, like a tag that a tag that closes an element that was never opened in the first place. So how that behaves, stuff like that. It makes sense to standardize these things so the browsers behave consistently. But developer tooling is solving a much simpler problem. You don't get to the whole DOM level. You stop earlier, and so it's fine to be more lax in that sense. That said, I know HTML a bit, so I will try to do things that make sense. I'll give you one quick example. I'm now talking about auto indentation, right? But for auto indentation, I want to do this. For auto indentation, what is important is whether the original source already had white space or not. So the idea is if you have this input, this is what it looks like while auto formatted, but you see how this div doesn't have white space in here? So if you already have white space, whether you add a new line or not, doesn't change anything. Have a space, a new line, it's fine. It's the same for HTML. But if there was no space before and you add one, then that might have implications in how things get rendered. So what this auto formatter will do is observe if there's any white space, and if there is, then it will put a new line there. If there isn't, it won't. That's the idea. So that's basically formatting simple, I guess, is the test that we want to pass. Let's change this to formatting simple. Formatting simple. Let's see. Oh yeah, I now have an unused variable. Okay, so I need to do some development, and then we can run some more tests. Hello, French Sardo. Bonjour. Okay, so I care about indentation now. We start at 0. Probably I will in the future want to put this as an option, as an input option, so that you can start rendering things already with some indentation, assuming some level of indentation. Then the question is, we want to render stuff, but we also want to care about we care about the last right bracket. U32, I think it's fine. Starts at 0. Do we care about the last L bracket? No, we only care about the last right bracket. So let's say, for example, that we render a doc type. So we're rendering a doc type. But after we render the doc type, we care about where its right bracket was. Not the one that we outputted ourselves, but the one where it was in the source code, so that we can then, in the subsequent loop, see what it is that we want to do in terms of new lines. But let me think about it for a moment. Maybe we don't even want to do this necessarily in any specific branch. Maybe we want to do this no matter what. Maybe we want to do this every time we encounter a node of any kind. The problem is, will the node always have a left bracket position? Yeah, it will be always start. It would be always open start. Okay, so I think we can put it here. So the question is, was there any white space in the original source? So let's find out. Okay, const, maybe white space. Maybe white space is source from last R bracket to current dot open dot start. That's our left bracket. So the question is, was there any white space in there? And I think we care about the white space as a... So this is right now not really accounting for like text that goes between tags. No, I think it's fine actually. Yeah, the question is there any white space at all? So, for maybe WS. If st... Oh, this is interesting because this is where maybe looking at Unicode, this is where the coding Unicode would start making sense. So if it is white space, we want to break with true. Otherwise, it's false. Yeah. Okay, so if we did find some white space, then what do we want to do? I guess we want to add a new line. And we want to indent. I can do auto-print. Oh, it's w.print, sorry. Do we want to actually print really, or just write? I think right all needs the double quote. So we print a new line, and then for zero dot dot indentation, print a couple spaces. But we also need to increase the indentation level. So okay. So this is solving the problem partially, because this is like increasing indentation, but it is not decreasing it. So we also need to implement the logic to realize when we need to decrease it. I think trimming white space from the strings between closing and opening should remove the unnecessary white spaces. I don't just want to remove unnecessary. Trimming is not what I care about. Basically, I want to detect white space, and then consider that white space gives me the right to introduce new lines and reindent at will. So because if I were to just trim, like just doing the trimming would basically squish everything into one line, right? Which maybe it's fine if you want to do minification, for example. That's fair. But in this case, I'm basically even considering adding more white space if there's already some, because I don't want to change the semantics. But if they're already white space, I'm not gonna change semantics by introducing a new line and reindenting stuff. Okay, so this does the indentation the way we want, but this only works when we are about to print the opening tag of something, I believe. What about the closing tag? What about the closing tag? That is a good point. What if something has white space to the left but not to the right? Let's imagine this example here. You have an anchor. So the presence of this white space means that we can do this if we want, but that doesn't mean that we are actually allowed to put the closing tag on a new line. To be fair, that does not give us that right. So, this is ugly. This is honestly ugly. So maybe we could even argue that if there isn't a space there, then we're not allowed to put everything on a new line. I'm not sure. I'm also starting to think that some of these changes when it comes to text and not when it comes to elements. I'm starting to think that if you just have like a bunch of opening and closing tags, then white space, then introducing white space doesn't change anything really. It's just whether there's already text or not there that makes a difference sometimes. Okay, you know what? Let's do a first implementation and then we'll think about it later about the rest. So this is, so we do this if direction enter. So if we're printing the opening of a node, then we do this. And then we want to do something similar when closing. So at the end, we want to do something. Actually, is it at the end? No, it's not at the end. It's still in the beginning. So this is a switch then. So we're printing the exit. We're about to print the exit, and we have to decide whether it should go on a new line or not. So the maybe white space, I think it's kind of this same deal. So we find the white space, but the white space needs to go from the last R bracket, yes, to current dot close dot start, yes. And then we say, okay, is there any white space in there? And if there is, then yes, otherwise no. If there is, then actually we want to decrease indentation. We want to decrease indentation. We do want to print a new line, and we do want to indent according to the newly decreased indentation. Okay, there is one last piece of bookkeeping that we need to do, which is updating last right bracket whenever we print something new. I think we can even do it here. Let me think about it for a moment. Yeah, in theory we could do it here, but the problem is that it requires us to switch over what type of element we're looking at. And we might as well, like, we're already doing it here. So for root, we don't do any bookkeeping. For doc type, for example, let's see, last right bracket is going to be current.open.end. This guy doesn't have a closing tag. It only has an open tag. So we do this here. For an element, actually, well, wait. There might be even a difference on whether we are opening and closing. No, it doesn't matter. Okay, so this guy only has one thing. An element is more complicated. An element has open end, but it also has close end. Okay. Let's see where that leads us. Okay, there's a bunch of debug printing that I need to remove, make nice, but we got a problem. Start index 71 is larger than end index 0. Okay, we have an element that has end index set to 0. And for me, end index set to 0. Wait, are you sure it's this the one? Current close start. Okay, for me, this is set to 0 and you don't have a closed thing. Oh, I see. Yeah, we actually need to be... Let me think about it for a moment. Enter exit. I guess we want to skip all of this if the element that we're looking at doesn't have like oh yeah, because we are okay. I understand what's going on. We're like returning on the doc type, but the doc type doesn't have like an exit thing, I think. So we need to ask if it's closed or something. What's the question? The question I want to ask is closed, and the answer will be no, that is not the question they want to ask. How do you end up in the tokenizer? That is not the question that we want to ask. So I'm curious, why are we exiting something? What are we even exiting? What are we even exiting? Because with doc type, we are never in exit mode, I believe. You know what? I should just print and see what it is that I'm trying to to render at this point. So the question is, when we're here, what are we trying to render? What is current? Maybe I should just render it as a slice. Rendering nothing. Oh, that's not good. Rendering nothing. Okay, this is some bookkeeping in the tokenizer that I'm not doing correctly. I probably have a to-do there that I'm not satisfying. So let's print not the source, but the data. So we can look at the tag, we can look at the offset where the thing is supposed to be. So we're rendering an element, starts at 65, ends at 71, but close is not set at all. Close is not set at all. Okay, so here's another thing that we want to do. I want render to panic if the AST has errors. Or even, you know what's better? Oh, it's an assert basically. Basically, the idea is that you shouldn't be trying to render the AST if there were errors while parsing it. Okay, so there were no errors in the parsing, but we did somehow, for real, end up with a node where the closing tag doesn't have the correct indexes written down. That is indeed annoying. Okay, let's print the start stuff so that we can see what node it was. Okay, we're trying to render link. That makes sense. Oh, I get it. Link is an element void. Okay, I understand, I think, what's going on. What's going on is that we do understand that doc type is a type of element where you don't want to try to enter it ever. But we don't realize that we need to do this also with other things. And at the same time, okay, I get it. We have a tag element void for void elements, but we are not recognizing this. Like we are not recognizing the link should be parsed into a element void node, because we have here, what is it? Like we have a start tag, but a start tag always produces an element, and instead we need to. Well, we need to check if this is a void element or not. Now, the question is, does the tokenizer have any knowledge of this stuff? I think the tokenizer just does not know. Which, you know, makes sense. Okay, so we need to ask if is void. If a token is void. So in the tokenizer, there's a span, there's a token, there's a start tag. I guess a token start tag, we can ask if it is void. Yeah. I forget what the other ones are. So link is one, meta is another one. Well, I guess to do find all the void tags. So we have these tags, and then for tags t if std.mem dot actually ASCII dot equal ignore case st dot name dot slice source and t return true, otherwise return false. Okay, we're missing source. There we go. So now we can ask a token if it's void or not. So in AST, then we can say down here, okay, there's a start tag. This, I think it's an element, but well, let's double check. There you go. Now we have void stuff. Unable to resolve comp time value. Oh, come on. Hey there, Teufel. There you go. Happy now? Type const does not support array initialization syntax. What? This should be fine. What's the problem with this? Oh, the ampersand, you're right. Thank you. Totally. Okay, perfect. Now we recognize it as a element void. But now we don't have element void in here, in the renderer. So in the renderer, now we care about element void. So what do we do with the element void? We could treat it as an element pretty much. Yeah, we could do the same, but that's it. Actually, we can treat it the same exact way in here, I believe. Why not make the editor wider? I could. I know. I mean, 80 columns are still here. I was watching stuff yesterday, so I had like my browser here on the side. Whatever. Yeah, there you go. But I don't want to use that space in any case. Like I don't want to be religious about the 80 columns, but I think it's fine if code doesn't indent too much. At least with what I'm doing right now. So you know what? Maybe we should have some nice content. We should have like what is it? Like a temple run, temple run GIF or something. Man, what are these saying? Gen Z brain rot. Where is it? Yeah, man, what's the name of this game? You know, actually, let's find it on YouTube. Subway Surfers, 10 hours, but no music. I just want the video, no music. Oh, come on. There you go. YouTube, you're not doing a great job, are you? Oh, but I guess I can go to shorts. Can you give me shorts results? Latest shorts from Subway Surfers. Bro, send feedback. Okay, one sec. So it's showing me the channel. It's showing me some results, but then it's not like doing a generic search for shorts. I have to say, YouTube is in shambles. Like, these people have completely lost control over their platform. And it's not playing. It's playing something else. Can you play what's on my screen? Yeah, let's go. Okay. Now we're cooking. Oh, yeah, nice. We have, like, Russian subtitles. Nice. Okay, so element void, we treat it as an element. I think in here this is pretty much gonna work. Yes, as it should. What does that mean though? Okay, you know what, let's see what happens if we build. Okay, we still have the problem of the close tag being 0, 0, and we don't realize it because we entered this branch here. Why are we trying to exit a void tag? Now that I think about it, so I should recognize them, sure, but we should never be trying to exit a void tag because we shouldn't be trying to enter it in the first place. First child index should be 0. And first child index is 0, yes. So when we render it, find the name, we print it, when we say direction exit, oh, I see. Yeah, this is where the logic is wrong. So yeah. So yeah, this depends whether it is void or not, right? Because if it is not void, then sure, we want to do this. But if it is void, we don't want to do any of this. We want to move to the next thing. So if current.tag is void, then we want to enter kind of like this. I guess we can make this a switch maybe. Switch current tag. Okay, yeah, if it's an element void, we don't enter it. We don't even try to exit it. We just move to the next node. There you go. Okay, let's see. Switch must handle all possibilities. Oh god. Yeah. I guess we know else unreachable. Or we could break them apart. Because ultimately this stuff has to change. This part is going to be the same. Yeah, let's give them two different top level thingies. So this is element, we enter, blah, blah, blah. And we do this. This is element void. And we do enter. Exit actually doesn't exist. Oh my god, wait a second. What am I doing? I copied things wrong. Okay, let's remove this thing here. Okay, so this is how it was before. Oh, but then we have to do the same also with exit. Well, no, the other one doesn't have exit. Okay, so that's fine. There you go. So this one is element and has all this stuff. This one is element void. It has enter. It doesn't have exit. You never exit. It's unreachable. And in enter, we don't do this, but instead we do this. Okay. We still haven't solved it though, because apparently we're still trying to exit something that we shouldn't be trying to exit. Although, wait, is this in the same location? 285. Oh no, now we have a different problem. Now the open of something is not set. What? Last R bracket is 71. Oh, I think I understand what's going on. I think we went all the way up to the root node. Is that what happened? I think we went all the way up to the root node. And now we're trying to do... But we shouldn't be entering, should we? We should be exiting. Well, let's see. Yeah, we're trying to print the root node again. And that's not good. Let me think about it. So the idea is we found the last thing and we went up to the parent. And the parent is... you know what we should do? We should do this. Unreachable. And then we say... Oh, if direction is exit... But the problem is that direction is not exit here. Wait a second. Exit is fine. The problem is that we are entering root. But this is going to be after the fact. Like we rendered a bunch of stuff. We rendered body, div, link. Also, were we not rendering exit though? We are rendering enter body. We rendered enter div. We rendered enter link. And from link, okay, then it's my code that's busted. From link, wait a second, what are we doing here? From link, we're going to the next node. Oh, but we actually are not guaranteed that there is a next node. And that's why. And the next node is 0, and that's what's causing trouble. Okay, so the idea is if there is a next node, we enter it. Otherwise, we go up to the parent. But, okay. Okay, that was it. Okay. This is good, I think. To do implement utter in ast.init. Oh no, we have attributes? Oh, you know what? Because it's running another test, another formatting test. Yeah, it's running also formatting attributes. So let's do formatting simple. Let's just focus on formatting simple for now. There you go. So let's see what happened. With doc type, we got it right. With HTML, but then we went to the next node and we didn't get it right. There are people without ADHD watching. Please stop. But if you watch it for long enough, it gives you ADHD. So at that point, it will it causes the illness, but then it will also be the cure. So, yeah, there we go. So we are failing to recognize so we only need to increase indentation when we are entering something. And the fact that we are in enter state doesn't guarantee that we're entering. So maybe I'm increasing indentation level prematurely. That is the problem. So let's see. What if we delay increasing? This is another part where I'm not reasoning. I'm instead just testing things and see if it does what I want it to do. So let's delay increasing the indentation to only afterwards. What happens now? This is correct. This is not correct. So basically the problem is that, the problem is different, right? The problem is not a matter of order. The problem is that we're increasing indentation no matter what. So how do we increase indentation correctly? Here we're printing the head of an element, and we want to increase indentation if it has children, I guess. No, I don't think this is it. I think the problem is that we want to decrease stuff correctly. Are there recordings of SQL? Yes. You just need to process them. I haven't processed them yet, but there are. So, I think we want to decrease indentation unconditionally when we're exiting something. So let's do that unconditionally. Let's see if that makes any change. Integer overflow. Uh-oh. So this is not it. Although, well, no, I don't think I want saturating subtraction. Let me think about it for a moment. So we start with the enter state and we enter the root node, but for the root node, we don't do anything. So this should be fine. Then we enter, then we try to enter the doc type tag, and entering increases the thing, but we never exit. Okay, so here's the idea. Okay, I get it. The idea is that we're skipping the exit step for void tags. We're skipping it. Now the question is, should we skip exit or should we still run it but just not do anything? Okay, let's try to do this for now. We don't seem to be gaining much. Okay, let me think about it more. So the idea is we want to increase indentation only if we're going to enter the body of this thing for real. If it's a void thing, we won't. But even if it doesn't have children, we will run the exit, and the exit will decrease. And although maybe even decreasing, no, that's fine for now. Now, why else are we indenting this body so much? Because printing this we should decrease. You know what? Let's print the indentation level, I guess, at every loop also. So as we are rendering, rendering, this is the root node, so doing nothing. Rendering doc type, still indentation 0, 0. Rendering HTML, and that puts then indentation to 1. We render head, that puts indentation to 2. We're exiting head, and that should put indentation to 1. But it does not. Okay, you know what? Let's change this to the inverse. If it's an element, you increase indentation. Otherwise, you don't. And here, we decrease indentation unconditionally. Could we get one of those clay mixing videos? Oh yeah. I think those are technically slimes, right? I think they sell them as slimes. Yeah, where they're mixing slimes. Or like sometimes they're even pouring metal into the slime. Okay, let's do this. Let's see what happens. That is better. Head, body, div. We're not de-indenting the body as this one as we should. we should... We're not doing a good job here. What's going on? It's almost as if we didn't... Wait, did we not do the rendering exit for this div? There's only one div, so we want rendering exit div. Rendering exit div. And it becomes 2 afterwards. But it should be 1. It's 1 indentation level. Why was it 3 in the first place, actually? We open the div. And instead of here, it's indentation 3, yes. Oh, I get it. I think we need to decrease before. Oh, we passed the test. Okay, so we actually formatted it correctly. Okay, so we have the beginnings of auto indentation. That's cool. So we passed this test. We fed this to the auto formatter and we got this back. So that's cool. So now there's the one with attributes, but we don't support attributes at all. So we need to add support for attributes. So that's another thing that we need to do. By the way, for the people watching, either on YouTube or Twitch. Sorry, I'm not showing YouTube chat, but I am reading it. So if you have any Zig-related question, feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer. Let me know. Let me know if you have any Zig question, from help with source code to, I don't know, questions about the project roadmap or something. Also, I spoke with Chris from Developer Voices earlier, and he seemed open to doing another episode, so that might happen soon, hopefully. So looking forward to that. Do you have any ideas when Zig is going V1? 5 years from now. That's the current estimate. It's going to take a while. But what I can tell you is that you will be able to use Zig in production even before hitting V1. We are not rushing to V1. So as a example of projects doing it differently, Rust tagged V1 somewhat early. They have editions, so they are able to provide retrocompatibility, but they weren't done with the language. They're still working on it. Like in you know, software, you know, it's never done, whatever, but Rust is like still changing the language, introducing new things a lot. But they can provide retrocompatibility, so they were able to tag V1. I don't know if we will have a mechanism like that. Currently, we don't have one. Maybe we will never get one. I don't know. But in general, I think the idea is to tag V1 somewhat late. So that means that we will get to a point where, I don't know, we will be at version, I don't know, maybe Zig 20, Zig 30. And at that point, it will still be a V0 thing, but it will be chill and stable enough that in practice, you will be able to use it. And ultimately, it really depends on your use case. People like to say, you know, which is understandable, tag V1, once it's V1, it's production ready. But really, it really depends on your domain. There are domains where not even V1 is actually stable enough. There are domains where you want something even more stable, like you want to wait for V2 so that people, you know, learn, also iron out also all the kinks that they discover after more production use, and only then you start adopting it. Vice versa, you also, or like conversely, you also have instead projects that are probably still going to gain by using Zig, even in its state today. Today, Zig is still pretty much in flux, and every version of Zig that gets released will pretty much require you to update your code base a bunch. But it might still be overall like net positive. Okay, so he's having fun on this code. So yeah, it might be still an overall net positive. So I would say, depending on what you're doing, keep an ear out for what's going on in the space, and then make a decision that is based on more information than just the version number, which does have some meaning for sure. But there is more nuance, especially if you think that adopting Zig might be, some kind of like secret sauce that, when like YouTube used to say that their secret weapon was using Python. I think at some point, early days, before even Google bought YouTube, I think they were saying that at some point they were not even allowed to say outside of YouTube that they were using Python at YouTube. They considered it's an advantage to that degree. Got it, thanks. In your opinion, are there any parts of the language that are particularly less stable? Yeah, for sure. Well, I guess you could say that the most unstable part of the language right now is async await, because it's not re-implemented yet, and it's not even guaranteed that it will be re-implemented. So async await, it's in a bit of a particular situation. But setting it aside, I would say currently the most unstable part of the language itself is not really that unstable. The language doesn't really change much. I would say I actually don't even expect any big breaking change anytime soon, honestly. Maybe new features to the language, but the standard library is the most unstable part of the Zig's project, the Zig compiler toolchain. The standard library is not yet the focus of development. It is not right now. It needs a lot of vetting to be done to it to decide what should stay in the standard library. As you gear up towards AV1, what should not stay in the standard library, for example, iron out, add things that are missing, that kind of stuff. This is not yet being done, and it will be done at some point, and that will cause a ton of breakages whenever you depend on stuff from the standard library. That said, it's not all that bad. Like the standard library currently, I think a lot of people already find it pretty useful. Like it's kind of growing organically, basically based on what's needed by the Z compiler and what's needed, in enough projects to make it worth adding to the standard library. That said, there needs to be a discussion. There needs to be an explicit discussion about what are the design principles behind the standard library, and none of this stuff has happened yet. So yeah, this is it. I would say that. Yeah, really. I mean, from one version to the language to the other, that's mostly what changes. Like if you look at the changelog, if you look at the changelog and you look at the section on updating, like it really is mostly the standard library, things that have changed in there. And in turn, that also impacts the build system. Like if you write a build script, that also changes from version to version, but that is in good part, maybe in most part, because the build system is part of the standard library. So basically saying that the standard library is not it's in flux also implies that the build system is in flux. Not every change to the standard library is a change to the build system, but you get the idea. It's like you might think of them maybe as different systems, but but the build system is in the standard library. So there's that. I've had very few issues with changes to the standard library, like 1 or 2 changes per year, but the build system seems to break once a month or so. Yeah, but in good part it is. Yeah, I mean, it is part of the standard library though. So that is the part of the standard library that you're suffering the most from, I guess. It's not entirely just the standard library, because it uses features from the compiler itself, and if a feature in the compiler itself, then the build system will have to change to reflect those changes. But then it will be reflecting. But it's not just because the standard library, right? It's just reflecting a change somewhere else in the system. But in any case, That's kind of it. Okay, shall we work on attributes? So here the attribute thing is not, so this test is actually pretty advanced because it's saying not just that we support attributes, which we don't test for in any previous test. Also, does basics work? Did we break basics? No struct or file. Oh, the test is not even updated, is it? Now it is. What is going on here? Root struct or file tokenizer has no member named in it. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay. I am by filtering for basics, I'm also pulling in this test, and this test doesn't have updated tokenizer in its syntax. User undeclared identifier tokenizer. Oh, HTML tokenizer. Oh, come on, man. But then next needs HTML. Missing struct field L bracket in tokenizer 788. Oh, right. Man. You know what I should do? I shouldn't test for this. I should test expect equal talk dot question mark dot, what do we expect the first thing to be a doc type dot name row. These tests are dumb. I'm sorry. I wrote them mostly to look at the API of this thing, and I don't need them anymore. Fuck that. Okay, we got an integer overflow on the first test. Interesting. So our rendering stuff is not yet doing what it should be doing. That's unfortunate. Oh, I know what's going on here. Okay. There you go. Okay, I think I fixed it. Yeah, test passed. Okay. So we're passing 2 tests. Let's add maybe simple attributes. Basics attributes, and I don't know, I'm gonna give an ID to div. ID foo class bar. Maybe we could even do this. Does this work? It does. Okay, I'm not sure this is a great idea, but it works. HTML parsing. Is there going to be an HTML zig? I don't know. What do you think is an HTML zig? What would that be? Like, what are you thinking about? Zig is a breath of fresh air. I really love the design of the language. Well, thank you, CPN. Yeah, it's cool. It's a really cool language. Andrew has done an amazing job with it. It's mind-blowing. And also the community. One interesting thing about Zig, like, it's kind of, well, not exactly underappreciated because people are aware of this, but it's like a non-trivial thing that Zig got really right. And it's like the open source project approach. There are a lot of cool things in Zig that are there, not just because of Andrew. Andrew, obviously, awesome. But he was able also to get in the Zig ecosystem a bunch of people who have contributed insane things of all kinds. Like for people here who are watching that are like into the Zig ecosystem a lot. One recent thing that I was thinking about is lazy paths in the build system. It's an API that just makes sense to me. And I remember as I was trying to learn the build system, I didn't really like it much in the beginning, and I had trouble learning it. But then I needed to, so I spent some effort, and then lazy paths landed, and they made everything much more clear. Yeah, they rule, and I believe the lazy paths come from Felix. I think Felix introduced the lazy path abstraction. Inline HTML that executes Z commands like HTMX does Angular. Oh, well, that's not what I'm going for here. Here, I'm going for a templating language. Think of something like Mustache, Handlebars, Jinja, one of those things, except different. No curly braces. But to get there, I'm working on a simple HTML parser first. Like Django? Well, Django uses I think it's a dialect of Jinja. So the templating language of Django is what I'm thinking of, yes. But Django is more than just that, right? Django is a full backend application. So it has models, it has a database, it has an ORM, it runs in a web server, it has routing, right? Yeah, it's a complete ecosystem. I'm just working on a templating language because I want to use it in a static site generator. So ultimately, my project is a static website generator. So something that takes your markdown files, your HTML templates, and produces a static website. So think a blog, for example, like a website that doesn't need to have a backend. Like HTMZ? What's HTMZ? Do you have a link? Share a link to HTMZ. Lin Rada. Maybe I can click this. This is more of a it's a front-end framework. It's a front-end Node.js SPA framework. Oh, okay, that's okay, that is interesting. But no, not really. A static site generator, it doesn't really normally, some do, but most of them don't really include anything specific for the front end. They just pre-process some input files into HTML pages, and then you put the HTML pages on GitHub pages on S3, so like a static file server, and that's it. So this stuff seems more funky than what a static site generator is. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but these things are like not really retro tools. They're also used more in more modern times. If you think about it, when you're running a blog, think about blogs that are deployed on WordPress. They make no sense because your blog is like static data pretty much. It changes, sure, occasionally, But you could very well like rebuild and redeploy every time you change a blog post. It's like happens occasionally. Like even if it happens fairly often, it's still like occasionally. It doesn't really require any backend machinery. But instead, where WordPress stores your blog posts in a database, and every time somebody loads a page, WordPress has to fetch your blog from the database, re-render it, and then it's slow, so you need to add caching, otherwise your WordPress blog is gonna die if it gets on Hacker News or some other popular thing where people start hitting your website all at once. And so a static site generator, it's a very useful tool, even nowadays. Okay, we're looking at to do implement utter in asc.init. There we go. So let's go do that. Okay, now we have a question. So currently, the parser does not save attributes. Well, it doesn't handle attributes at all. But I think that my plan is to ignore them and re-tokenize them as needed afterwards. I might eventually do something more than this, but the problem is that if you look at it right now, and you look at what a node is for me, so a node in my AST keeps track of the open tag in the original source code, keeps track of the closing tag, assuming there is one. 0 means there isn't any. Or you also, unset is also 0 like I initialize it as 0 right? So we might, I'm gonna say, it might turn out that, actually, you know what? I should remove this initialization thing. I don't need it. So it might turn out that, I'm gonna say, as I'm processing, this thing is gonna be zeroed before we set it, before we encounter the closing tag. In any case, and then there's like indices, the next element, the parent element, the first child element. Cool. But if I were to also write down attributes, now it's a problem. So first of all, I think some of these things don't, like roots don't have attributes, but whatever, there's only one of these guys, so that's fine. Comments don't have attributes. Text doesn't have attributes. This guy do have attributes. So let's plop in also doc type. Doc type is a little bit more complicated than that, but let's say that these guys do have attributes. And actually, wait, now that I think about it, maybe you can even put attributes on a doc type. I'm not sure. But then to save attributes, that's another array that we need. Because we need, it's a slice, right? It's a slice, and that's a problem. So here's what I'm planning on doing. I am not going to process attributes, and I will re-tokenize them as needed. So the idea is attributes we skip. Let me put this inline else at the very top. Let me put this don't do anything on chars here. This don't do anything whenever you encounter a char is temporary. This is a to do, but this is actually on purpose. We ignore attributes. We absolutely ignore attributes. So let's see what we get from here. What we get is that this was the input, but the output right now kind of matches it, I believe, but it doesn't. Yeah, it kind of forgot about attributes. So let's have the renderer correctly retokenize attributes and deal with them, I guess. So as we are rendering the opening tag of an element. We retokenize, but right now we just get a name. And what we want is not just to get a name. Right now, this has to be more complicated. So we're gonna, I guess, plop these things out and do more than this. So we do need the temp tokenizer. This become, let's call it tag source. Then this is the name. Just use regex to parse HTML. So we have the name, but then, and so actually here's what we want to do. We want to print the opening tag. Why ignore attributes? Well, so right now I'm completely ignoring attributes just because it hasn't been implemented yet. I do want to ignore attributes when building the AST. So I don't want to write down the list of attributes with like offsets in the original source code into my AST because that costs memory. So I'm not going to do it. I will instead just save where the entire tag is in the source code and then retokenize it as I'm rendering stuff or whenever I need that. So I'm basically trading memory for CPU in a sense. Less memory because a node doesn't need to keep track of attributes, but there is some redundant work. It's a choice. So this is going to print the name, and then there might be attributes. So I guess what we want to do is while temp talk.next. I think temp talk should become TT. So why TT? Basically, this thing is going to produce attributes until it produces a right bracket. So maybe we can call it maybe outro. Okay, what's your problem, dude? What do you not like about this? Expect a curly found dot. Oh yeah, let me type, man. So this is gonna be a start tag our bracket, and that's where we break. Or actually, well, that's where we try w.print. And then we break. And actually, we don't even need to break, I think. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Let's break. Okay. So, in theory, with this change, we should still be where we were before. So nothing should have changed once we get back to building. We're still hitting a panic to do after attribute name. Ooh. Okay, so there's some part of the tokenizer that still needs to be implemented. Retokenize this. Oh no. This is also a problem because... Wait, class bar? I think the original source has a closing tag there. Right after. So I think in the tokenizer we are doing a -1 where we shouldn't. So in some attribute related state of the tokenizer, like attribute value here, we're doing a -1 where we shouldn't. So attribute value trying to find the end of the attribute. There's a slash. Oh no, Johnny. Oh no, Johnny. No, this is not correct, I believe. So, but we're gonna worry about that later. So after attribute value, how do we actually get a panic? Line 473? What's in there? Yeah, let me think about it for a moment. No, this is fine. This is correct. But we are doing the -1 where we generate the right bracket, which should be... Give me a second. So this brings us to after attribute value. So let's find after attribute value. So this is after attribute value. And this is where we're doing the -1, and we should not. Okay, so that should make us retokenize the right thing now. Yes, this is now making retokenize. It's making us retokenize the right thing. We still have we're still hitting the to do, but at least we're tokenizing what we should be tokenizing. Then let's fix the to do 418. Okay, after attribute name. After attribute name, wait a second. After attribute name, wait a second. Who's sending us to after attribute name? Because this should because attribute value should send us to after attribute value, not to after attribute name. So who is sending us there? Like, it's really interesting that we're hitting this. So go to references. So what's sending us to after attribute name is being before attribute name and finding a closing thing. Finding something that closes sends us to after attribute name. I'm not sure I exactly understand what's going on here. So we are before attribute name. So that means that there was a tag name, basically, then a space. So we are expecting to be before an attribute name. And then instead we find this. So here we found a div. No, like I'm a little bit confused about the state of things when we get there. Sorry, is there any other place that sends us there? So there's a case where the source file ends. Being an attribute name and failing to consume a new character sends us to after attribute name. Which is a panic to do. Which I can see this. So I can see this being the case before when we were. But we would have to be in attribute name. So we would have to be in the state where we're searching for attribute names. What is going on, man? Okay, I think that to solve this, I need to do a better job at logging. So right now I have a bunch of bug prints. It's time to get serious about logging. So this is standard library. This is our logger. So we do some logging like this. And I believe we can turn it on. I think Johnny had a line about this, but I might have deleted it. So let me think about it for a moment. So here's what I want to do. Every time we are looping, we print the current state as a starting point. So log try log dot debug. Oh, we don't even try. Right. So log debug. Yeah, whatever. Let's just print the state. Okay, let's start with this. Then I'm gonna go into AST and kind of do the same. I'm gonna create the AST log and I'm gonna do std.debug.print. Now change this to log.debug. Okay, I'm gonna find every log.debug and remove new lines because they get introduced automatically by the logging. Oh shit, you know what? Now I remember the problem with logging. It doesn't show up in tests. Freak. So this is good work that I'm doing, but it doesn't show up in tests. Oh, that is so annoying. So I guess momentarily we change this to std debug print. Okay, let's see. Do we build? We do. So tokenizer.state before attribute name. So tag name is and start 1 L bracket 0. Before attribute name and then after attribute name. Tag name, tag name, tag name, before attribute name, after attribute name. And we can also print the source. It's not going to be in general, but in this case, it's going to be small stuff. So we can get away with it. Oh, wait. Source is big boy. Wait a second. Why are we tokenizing on this big boy stuff? I thought that we were hitting these. We're hitting this thing when we retokenize stuff, so it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like this. Wait a second. Are we not retokenizing on a subset? Yeah. So wait, let me find the retokenize line. I want to say a line that starts with a retokenize. God damn it. Those have been turned into logging. Oh god, I hate this. Man, I know that I need to do the logging thing, but now it's messing up my tests. That is so annoying. Is there any chance that this has been implemented in some way? I think, yeah, this is just for the Z compiler. Test options, test filter, test CMD, being name prefix, no exec runner. Move the test into function, run it. That's so annoying. That is so super annoying. Okay, let me duplicate this. Okay, so we're retokenizing this. There we go. Oh, okay, so we're looking at something else. So we're hitting it to do somewhere else. So yeah, we're tokenizing this. Tag open, tag name. State says tag name, I guess. Yeah, I think the issue out there is about testing log messages. So the idea that you can create a test that prints log messages, but that checks log messages. But I just want to be able to read log messages, or rather, I would just want to be able to turn on logging scopes. Both issues? Okay. So apparently this happens a bit, but then we move to something else. And the something else that we move to has everything and calls the tokenizer on the entire source. Where are we? AST 5382. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Because here I need to use tag source. Yeah, that's the problem. There we go. Okay. Found the problem. That's it. Yeah, so now it runs. But now it runs. That's cool. And yeah, it has more interesting states where it has all the more interesting stuff. But we are not printing. So we're back to printing what we were printing before. And now let's print the attributes. So every time there's an attribute to print, we want to try w.print what? We have name row and value row. So I guess we want the name row. Oh, we don't know if it's present. Oh shit. So we want to print the name row, that's for sure. Okay. Nice. Missing spaces. And I think we just want to print the space here. And we should be happy with this. Nice. We're missing the quotes though. Oh, Johnny's parser tosses away the quotes. And I don't think we want that. I think we want to keep the quotes also. We want to keep them quoted. So I need to change the tokenizer to keep the quotes. And we should be happy. So we're getting closer. Aren't those attributes true by default? Or their name is their value? Wait, which attributes? An attribute, so if you're asking about the why value is optional, for example, and not always present, is because an attribute can have just a name and no value. And that's a thing. You can do that. It has meaning. So e.g. hidden equals true or required. Yeah. They are like true-ish by default, in the sense that their presence has a meaning. So hidden equals true is setting hidden, it's giving the value true, which is a string actually. When you do hidden equals true, I think it's just a string. Like I don't think you can do hidden equals false. I don't think it works. The only thing that you can do is remove the hidden attribute. Or something like this. Actually, I'm not even sure if hidden is an attribute that makes sense. But some of the other ones, like it's presence and absence that matters. The value that you assign to them, I believe doesn't have any meaning for some of those, for some attributes. Okay, so let's look at the tokenizer. And what we want to do in here is find the thing that parses attribute values and make it consider quotes as well. So before attribute value, we find a quote and our start is idx -1. We find a single quote and it's the same thing. Also, why are those separate? Oh, because John, okay, so that's what Johnny did. He did not include the quote, but he did have a separate thing where he wrote down what the quote was. Attribute value and attribute value unquoted. Oh. Okay, you know what? I'm not necessarily a huge fan of this way of structuring it, but it works. The information is there. So let's undo my changes and let's keep it like this, and let's just use these tools properly. So wait a second. So how does it work then? This is the state, and the state is attribute value and attribute value unquoted, and that is indeed great. But what about the token? Oh yeah, okay. So he saved that information. Never mind. He saved that information internally, in the internal state, but he didn't put this information in the token. Let's do this. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna change these things, but I am adding a property to the token to say this. Quote non single double. Okay. And so whenever we emit an attribute, we need also to say what case we're looking at. Maybe we should call it value quote in any case. Tag name, blah blah blah. Attribute name, that's great. Before attribute value. Here we write the quote. Here we write the quote. Otherwise, it's attribute value unquoted. So we need to worry about this state and attribute value. Attribute value and attribute value unquoted. Attribute value unquoted is a to do. Okay. Attribute value, we find a double quote and returns a token with name row, value row, start, and blah blah blah. And so quote equals dot double. Single is a to do. Everything else is a to do. Okay, so all this stuff is a to do. Okay, let's leave it as a to do. So now we should be fine. In here, we should be able to say, okay, so listen. Actually, I don't need to escape it, do I? Yeah, I don't. There we go. And now we're passing the test. So we're doing a good job at printing also quotes. Okay, that's not bad. So we're also printing quotes. By the way, I see that there's a bunch of new people watching the stream. Hello, everybody. I'm working on a HTML parser. Well, the title says that, and you're watching me make progress there. But these streams are also to answer any kind of question related to the Zig project. So if you have any question you're curious about Zig-related things, you want to know how to do things, what's the state of that, or something. If you have any of this kind of question, feel free to ask. I'm here to help you out, so don't worry about interrupting me. These streams are designed to be interruptible. Think of it as a async await stream. You can... I'm happy to yield control, I guess. And by the way, this applies both to Twitch and YouTube. I'm not showing YouTube chat on stream for now. But if you have questions also on YouTube and you write them in chat, I will see the message. Do not worry. So, let's see. Non, single, double, we're printing. So that's good. We're not doing new lines though. We're not doing new lines and indentation. And I think that that's something that we should do. I guess that's our next test. So our next test is, and that requires maybe a little bit of design work. So the idea is this is the input and this should be the output. Originally, what I was thinking about is whether you put a space or not between the last element and this tag, I guess. Yeah. So I guess the question is the character before the last thing white space. If it is, then we want to go vertical. If it's not, we want to go horizontal. So let's implement this. So our test right now is going to be formatting attributes. Which we do not pass. Oh, there's a lot of spam coming from our prints. And we're also hitting a panic to do after attribute name. This is interesting. I think that the fact that we keep hitting this thing is because we are passing in the wrong thing somewhere when tokenizing. What are we looking at? AST 106. Oh, you know what? We're fucking up something else in here. Oh, there's also pre. Okay, you know what? Let's remove the pre stuff because we're not ready for that yet. Let me see if the rest makes sense. So we have HTML, we have body, we have a div, we have a link, we have a div. The div closes. The outer div closes, the body closes, the HTML closes. Okay, so this input seems reasonable. The only weird thing is that there's a new line and some spaces here. So let's see. Okay, we're still hitting after attribute name. Also, you know what? We can maybe shorten this. Okay. What is the problem, man? After attribute name. So we're hitting this while source is still everything. So I think we're hitting this. We don't even get to the renderer stage. The original parse fails because we hit a thing of this kind before attribute name. And that sends us to after attribute name. So here state is what? Attribute value. Okay. So we're doing a bit of like attribute name, attribute value. Yeah, state is attribute value, attribute value. Oh my god. Okay, we're parsing this very long string because we're passing it character by character. Name row is this guy. Start is 70. So we're keep collecting things from. This is 70 probably, and we're collecting this thing. And at some point we hit the quote, I'm guessing, and we land in the after attribute value state. Yes. So we have generated a token for this guy, I'm guessing. So we're after attribute state. And then after attribute value. And then after attribute value sends us to before attribute name. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. So this is the trace, the part of the trace that we care about. I need a very, very quick bathroom break. So give me a sec. I'll be right back. Maybe with another cup of tea also. And then we can continue. So Bork, AFK, just give me 5 minutes. Tea, whatever. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Do. Okay, let's go. So we parse what I suspect is this attribute value, and then lands us to before attribute name. You know what? Either whether it's this guy or this guy or this guy, it does matter to some degree, but not too much. But at some point, we go from before attribute name to after attribute name. Oh no, this is actually interesting now that I think about it. Wait a second. Because we're staying in before attribute name for a while. And also the state is void in before attribute name. So we're looking... Oh, yeah. No, that totally makes sense. We're looking at this white space. We're looking at this white space. We are not saving any state because it's white space. We don't care about what it does. But then we find the closing thing. And the closing thing shouldn't send us to... After... Well, I guess after attribute name... I think after attribute name doesn't even matter much as a state. So in before attribute name, if we encounter this guy, oh, I get it. I get it. So like it's trying to handle also self-closing tags. The problem is okay. The problem is that it might encounter the slash. The slash is the entirety of the problem. So that sends us here. We consume a character. We go to after attribute name even if we end. Oh no. No, this is like an EOF, dude. If we are before attribute name and we hit an EOF, this is an EOF, man. Yeah. Okay, so we get in here. So here, if we finish the input, it's an EOF. Okay, what should we do here? Like the question at this point, the question is, okay, we figured out previously that we are basically exiting. I think that probably with a peak system, this would be nicer. Instead of pulling back the input, having a peak function, it's a much better approach, maybe. In any case. So here, oh no, attribute name. Well, actually, this is true also in here. And if you hit an EOF in the middle of an attribute name, yeah, that's a problem. So this is after attribute name. Okay, so we're here and we're gonna get one of these two guys. These are the only two options, basically. We might be here, we might be here. So here's what I would do. I'm not gonna pull back inconditionally. I'm only gonna pull back in the case of a slash. Okay, so this is good. Here, I expect this guy. Everything else is an error. And if it's this guy, what do we want the state to be? It's the same state that you want to go to whenever you close a tag. So when you see a tag and the tag closes. Where do we do this? Tag name before attribute name. Oh, there we go. This is what we want to do, basically. Not exactly like this, but this is going to be our blueprint. This is what we want to take inspiration from. So after attribute name, we find a closing tag. The next state is going to be data. we want to return, let me think about it for a moment, name span. We don't care about this. Fuck, we do care about this because we don't know what type of right bracket we are. Well, no, it's attributes, so it's open. It has to be open. So it has to be like this. Token. There you go. Correct state. Correct token to return. What's the else? We got here and we found something that isn't this guy. This is like a syntax error. So how are like syntax errors reported elsewhere? Like you're looking at tag name. Oh, you know what? Also spaces are fine too. So we need to also be fine with potential. Well, no, because you cannot put a space between the slash and the closing thing. So no, the space is not fine either. I guess we want to return a... How does syntax errors are dealt with here? Hey, Ninja Code there. No, I actually woke up. So I didn't wake up today wanting a challenge. I woke up a while ago wanting this challenge, making my own static site generator. And once I went down that route, I decided to also make my own templating language. And I wanted my templating language to be very, very different from Jinja and the other ones. So like my templating language kind of looks like this. This is an if, for example. It's valid HTML, but special attributes get interpreted and change the final outcome. The problem is that, well, if my templating language is HTML, then obviously the starting point is parsing HTML. But and I started by using Tree-Sitter. Problem is Tree-Sitter is not good at diagnostics. It's a versatile HTML parser for a bunch of use cases. But once you get serious, like you're trying to create developer tooling for this type of stuff, Tree-Sitter is not good. So I'm not saying that you need to hand roll your own parser every time, but Tree-Sitter is not it. So I'm making my own. Are you from Italy? I am. Yes, I live in Italy. I'm in Italy right now, northern Italy. I live near Milan. And I also run a conference near Milan. It ran like a month ago, more or less. So next one is going to be next year. But yeah, we run it in a cinema. So it's kind of a Zig conference. It's not only a Zig conference, but it kind of is a Zig conference. So yeah. Okay, so how do we do syntax errors normally? And tag open. There we go. Bogus comment. Invalid first tag of car. Okay. Tag name. Tag name sends us to which state? Wait. And tag open. Missing end tag name. Okay. Otherwise, it starts collecting. But the state becomes tag name. Tag name collects the tag name. Okay, and at some point, oh, and as it is collecting the tag name, it searches for this because that makes sense, right? Everything that you type in there is going to be fine. And the only thing that basically can become a problem, like spaces are fine. Actually, I'm not sure if spaces are fine. Are spaces fine? I guess they are. You know what the problem is here? The problem is that we're doing a bunch of stuff just because of this guy. You know what? Let's do this. Let's leave this as a to-do. And let's put a to-do also. In after attribute name. Where is it? After attribute name. Padding to do. Okay, let's see how far we get now. Okay, so this was the original thing. HTML body div link. HTML body div link. Then the div, which we are putting back on a single line. Div body HTML. Did you consider restricting your parser to XHTML? It's a lot easier to parse. I think okay. I think you're referencing knowledge that I don't have. As in, I don't know why XHTML would be easier to parse. I'm guessing it because it doesn't have void elements. I guess. I'm actually not even sure. So maybe you should tell me if you want. But I think in general it makes sense for me to consider UTF-8 encoded HTML5 to be the main thing, like the main format that I want to care about with this thing. That said, I only have I have vague memories. So I was mentioning this. I don't remember if it was yesterday or a couple of days ago, but I remember that there is something related to self-closing tags related to XHTML. It's XML that follows HTML that follows XML rules. So I'm guessing no void tags, they become self-closing, I guess. Stuff like that. I have to say, void tags are the idea of adding to the language void tags. Oh no, is this it's a W2 Schools link. Okay. Okay, doc type is mandatory. XML and S attribute in HTML is mandatory. These elements are mandatory. Elements must always be properly nested. Must be closed. Must always be lowercase. Attributes names must always be lowercase. Attribute values must always be quoted. Attribute minimization is forbidden. Attribute minimization. Is that like an attribute with just a name? Oh my god. No, come on. Wait, okay that this is wrong in XHTML, but this is wrong also in HTML2, right? Or rather, this becomes an implicit... This closes implicitly in here, this closes correctly. That this must be wrong, right? This must be like, oh no, there's an unpaired closing tag in normal HTML. This cannot be 100% okay, I hope. Screwed up nesting is totally allowed in HTML. Well, but... So what they would do, I'm guessing, is notice that this guy is still missing a closing tag, and so if they find one that doesn't pair naturally with something above, they go find it. Like, what the fuck? These people are evil. Like, the people who designed this shit are evil. If you think about it, void tags, the invention of void tags, the prevention of self-closing tags, you have to be fucking evil. Like, why are you even doing these things? XHTML elements must always be closed. Yeah. XHTML elements must be in lowercase. Attributes must be quoted. Oh. Honestly, this is the one where I would say it. I think they make sense. Like attributes without values, I personally think that they make sense. Everything else is shit. Everything else is real shit, and I agree that XHTML is better from that perspective. But no, I don't think I want to go down that route because first of all, man, people are not gonna put this freaking thing at the top. Although we could like do it implicitly, like we could still follow these rules regardless of what people put in there. Nah. I think we need to do something, some weird mix of things. Johnny, by the way, I'm continuing to use your tokenizer, and I'm actually liking it. I don't know if ultimately it is the design that, you know, the best design or whatever, but it's useful. It works. I'm not having too much trouble changing it. Like I'm starting to get used to see how it works. I have already implemented a bunch of to-dos that you had in there. I was able to successfully tweak it to give me information about, the tag, the actual diamond bracket position, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that works as well. And overall, it's doing a bunch of heavy lifting. How did you solve the right angle bracket thing? I emit a token for it. So basically, open tag has an extra. Open tag now tells me also where the left bracket is, and then well, if there are attributes, then we emit attribute tokens, and then afterwards, whether we emitted those or not, but afterwards we emit a right bracket token. Yeah. Yeah. And in the parser, I collect that information. Let me show you. So in the parser, I receive like a doc type. I write down the left bracket information. The right bracket, we don't know yet, so I don't put anything there. But then I receive a doc type right bracket, and then I assign that field, and I have a start tag right bracket and a end tag right bracket. I don't know if it really makes sense to, like, I guess typing them a little bit more helps avoiding confusion, but at the same time, I could probably get away with just having one right bracket token and just emitting one type of those things. You can handle the doc type outside of your main loop. No, I don't think so, because there's a bunch of stuff that is not really fully implemented yet, and I don't know the exact rules. But think about iframes. Iframes basically put a full HTML document inside your HTML document, so you kind of have to treat these things transparently. Plus, also people might be using this tool to produce weird HTML snippets that ultimately are not like overall valid HTML snippets, but through some other post-processing that the user does, they become more, they get like placed in different places, something like this. I don't know. Would you want to do a check for syntactic validity before doing the lexing and parsing? I did this for an automated theorem prover, since the formal languages involved are so basic. No. I don't want to do this because I want to attempt lexing and parsing also in the presence of syntactic errors somewhere. I'm writing this tool for an LSP, so I needed to produce something even in the presence of errors. And one nice thing about Johnny's tokenizer, for example, is that it does some parsing. Like, Johnny's tokenizer is a weird beast because he built it following the actual HTML spec, and the HTML spec tells you to write a tokenizer that's actually a parser. Like, these people are high on shrooms or something. But that said, it works and it does some recovery, and recovery is important for me. It's pretty common to parse HTML and just pretend it's mostly XHTML and ignore insanity. Yeah, you know what? What I'm thinking of doing, for example, here is like, I have to decide how evil I want to be, but I'm also thinking of maybe part of my normalization of my auto-formatting is also turning everything to lowercase, turning attribute names to lowercase, for example. Maybe I should do that. I don't know. HTML expects them to be case insensitive, right? So it's not wrong to purposely lowercase them. So maybe that's what I will do. Okay. Although, you know what? Once we start talking about lowercase and uppercase, then we need to inspect a little bit more closely what the relationship between attribute names and Unicode is. Like, can you put Unicode in an attribute name or in a tag name? Or should it just be ASCII? I guess that's a question that we would need to answer. In any case, let's see where we're at. Okay, we're at the point where we're parsing this incorrectly, but we're printing it without thinking about new lines. So the idea is, let's do the new line stuff. So we're printing attributes somewhere in the renderer. Element, we're printing attributes. We have to decide if attributes need to be on a new line or not. So how does this work? The question is, actually more in general, should any of these guys be on a new line? So let's, so this should be done here. The question is, should we do it vertically or not? What did I call this type of decision? Format. Format basically asks, in this slice, is the character right before it's the second last character a white space? So -1 is the very last character, -2 is the one before that. And if we want to format this thing, then do we do it here? No. We don't do it here. We do it here whenever we're printing one of these things. So, oh. means that the white space... Oh, no, it's more complicated. Okay. So... if format, else. So if we don't have to format, we just want to print a white space. If instead we do want to format, we have to print a new line. Then we need to print all the indentation stuff. +1. And then we print the name, then we print the equal sign, everything else. Perfect. And then we need to print the right bracket. The question is, do we format? If we format, then we want to put a new line and we want to indent everything, but not indentation +1, just indentation. But if we don't want to format, then we don't print anything actually. Okay, let's see how this works. Yeah, this is actually not bad. Oh, well, almost not bad. It's not +1, it's like -1, I think. There you go. Wait, I'm dumb. Am I dumb? No, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it should be. Oh, but right, there's the HTML body question. Yeah, there's some tooling that basically doesn't apply indentation to the HTML element, and it allows you to squish HTML, kind of like reclaim one indentation level. I don't know, man. I'm not really sold on that decision. I think the reason why this test is structured like this is because I copy pasted it from one of those things. But yeah, no, sorry, I am not sold. So let's see. This would be select this, insert, actually no, delete it, insert 2 spaces. Actually no, we don't delete it, we append 2 spaces. That's what we do. Okay. There's a phantom space. Is there more than one phantom space? What's going on here? Okay, we're looking at the right thing, right? Formatting attributes, yes. Oh, it's at ID full. Okay, I see. There you go. Oh, and now the problem is at HTML. Oh god. so many spaces. Actually, you know what? Let's add those spaces in the source. And what matters is that they're not in the end result. That's your problem, man. End of string, found something else. Wait, what? Why did we put an extra new line there? I think it's because of the root node. I think the root node is making us put there another new line. Is this it? Because we close this, we break from this loop, and then we say, okay, what's after? And the answer is, well, there's no child. So we want to exit. Oh, right. Printing this is different, right? It's not that code path, it's this code path. We print this. And then there is no next. So we go to the parent, which sends us to the root node. We hit the root node. And which state are we in? We're exiting the root node. So we're exiting the root node. I think we need something here that allows us to avoid the root node. So something like this. There we go. And now we pass the test. Cool. So now we're doing this stuff. That's nice. I think that honestly, what we already have there, it's something that we could already wire to an LSP and have the LSP provide auto formatting for HTML, and we could start testing this LSP stuff. Whipping out an LSP server is not going to take long. I don't think I'm going to do it today, but we're getting there. So maybe this is something that I can do tomorrow. Like wire this thing up to an LSP. Make it only provide auto formatting, nothing else. So no diagnostics, no nothing, just auto formatting. And that's it. That's not bad. That's already not bad. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with how this is going. Like, given what I have right now, this is already going to be so useful. Because man, the VS Code LSP for HTML sucks. It really sucks. It auto formats shit like things like shit. It's just not good. So yeah. So yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Ah. Not bad. So to all the people watching, does anybody have any Zig question? I'm happy to chat about anything Zig related. Let's see if there's anything interesting on lobsters. I'm taking a break since we successfully passed our unit test. I deserve some dev drama, don't I? DDoS attacks can threaten the independent internet from McAfee. Wait, McAfee written in a weird way. Wait, what's going on? Just one more UUID version and they'll nail it this time. Hell yeah. Wait, is UUID v7 a new thing? Is it new? The v7? Is there a spec for this thing somewhere? UUID v7 benefits. Validate a UUID v7. Ah, fairly new, few years. Okay, so it's not that super new. So yeah, I remember. It's the one with that can be sorted because it has timestamps in it. With a granularity up to 50 nanoseconds as of previous drafts, but a default 1 millisecond as of writing. See draft something something. UUID v7 offers excellent precision. Essentially guarantees that collisions, even among globally distributed systems, are impossible. And sortable UIDs prevent your DB indexes from exploding. That makes sense. I mean, in theory, if it's well balanced, if you have like a tree-based index, it should at least be a balanced tree, I'm guessing, somewhat. So, anyway. Okay, that's good. But then where are people talking about this? Oh, this is just in 20 languages, okay. What are you doing this week? Why people are angry over Go 1.23 iterators? Oh, from Gingerbill. What? This is based on, but completely written from a Twitter post. What really annoys me about the design of these iterators is that they are overly complicated for very few good reasons. I understand why it is their design the way it is, but it is not how I want to design it at all. This is what I would do as a language designer. Okay, let's read the blog post, I guess. He posted it in the Z server. Nice. Okay, let's see. TLDR, it makes Go feel too functional rather than being an I don't know how to pronounce this word. You know what? Google, help me out.
Unabashed.
Not embarrassed, disconcerted, or ashamed. Unashamed. Right. It's like shameless, except you kind of have a right to be, in a sense. That's kind of what the word implies. Okay, let's see. No, not this one. This one. I recently saw a post on Twitter showing the upcoming Go iterator design. From what I can gather, many people seem to dislike the design. I wanted to give my thoughts on it as a language designer. Merge PR can be found here. In-depth explanation. Here's an example of the original tweet I found. So, backward. Oh my god, this is starting to become unfucking readable. I use the A as in buff, not grass. And, well, I don't know which A I use in either word, so I'm sorry. Let's see, so backward. Backward with a generic type E that implements any, so whatever type. You pass in a slice of these guys, and that returns a function that accepts a function that accepts a number, one of these guys in a Boolean, Man, like my brain is starting. I know that if I was more used to these type of signatures, it wouldn't be all that problematic. So this is a function. Okay, wait a second. This is a function. This is its input arguments. This is the return type. So the return type. Oh, okay. I see what's missing. It's like missing void, right? They can imply void. So this returns a function that returns a function. In any case, so returns a function that takes in yield holy shit. I have to say, the trouble that I'm having parsing how this fucking thing works already makes me think that Bill is right. This is like yeah, the weird functional shenanigans that some people get themselves, like, it makes sense, right? It makes sense for something like iterators to be expressed as like functions that do, I get it. So there's this function called yield, and like you keep doing yield, and yield, I guess, tells you if it wants more or if you should stop. And so I'm guessing, in a sense, yield is how the body of your for loop gets implemented. The body of your for loop, like you write the body of a for loop. So this guy, this print, gets wrapped into a function that performs this operation and then keeps asking for another item. Okay, let's see. This example is clear enough in what it does, but the entire design of it is a bit crazy to me for the general majority use case. From what I understand, it appears that the code will be transformed into something like the following. Yeah, there we go. Basically, yield becomes this thing. Return false would be the equivalent of an explicit break. Yep. Yep, okay. So this means that Go's iterators are much closer to what some languages have with a for each method in JavaScript. Yeah, yep. Yep. Well, it's like a in reverse for each, right? Because it's a for each, but then the body of your for gets automatically turned into the for each function. I think this yield is like Python's yield. No, not exactly. No. This yield is just a function name. This is a function argument name. Like this is a parameter to this function. This function accepts a function with this signature and calls it yield, and then it gets called as a function by here. So here, yield is not a keyword. It doesn't do anything special. The intent is for it to be somewhat related. Yes, it is related to Python's yield in some ways, but here it's just a function name. Well, a function parameter name that also happens to be a function. Yeah, man, we're like in monad land at this point. Almost. In any case, yeah, it's similar to for each, passing a callback to it, and yeah, the body of your for loop becomes the callback. Fun fact, this approach is already possible with Go lower than that version, but it does not have the syntactic sugar to use it within a for range statement. Yes, I will try to summarize the rationale. Go 1, 2 behind Go 1, 2, 3 iterators, but it seems that they were wanting to minimize a few factors. Make the iterator look / act like a generator from other languages does the yield. And this is, I guess, where, depending on what you meant, Leonidas, maybe, yeah, you were right. But still, it's like, make it look like it's not the same thing. Minimize the need for sharing too many stack frames. Allow for cleanup with the fur. Reduce data being stored outside of the control flow. As Russ Cox explained in the original proposal, note regarding push versus pull iterator types. The vast majority of the time, push iterators are more convenient to implement and to use, because setup and teardown can be done around the yield calls rather than having to implement those as separate operations and then expose them to the caller. Direct use, including with a range loop of the push iterator, requires giving up storing any data in control flow. So individual clients may occasionally want a pull iterator instead. Any such code can trivially call pull and the first stop. Okay, so let's see. More complex example. Note, do not worry about what this actually does. I just wanted to show an example of the cleanup needed with something like the first. Okay, so pairs. Returns an iterator over successive pairs of values from the original sequence. Okay, so we accept your for loop body. We grab from the original sequence. We instantiate an iterator from the original sequence. We pull 2 items from it. If both items, as long as both items are present, we call your function body on those. I'm not sure I understand the return false here. Return false, return true. We're like one level deeper here or something. Wait, did this guy also return anything? No. Oh, this guy wasn't returning anything. Yeah, this function was returning void. Now instead we're in a situation where this function returns stuff. I'm not sure I understand why this thing returns stuff. Well, I guess because it implements this generic interface. Man, generic interfaces. God damn it, Go. I'm sorry. I think Go is going into the trash with this change for me personally. Like, I wasn't loving writing Go anymore anyway, but god damn it. At least Go used to be readable, and you didn't have this shit in it. An alternative pseudo proposal, same machine. Note, I'm not suggesting Go does this whatsoever. When designing Odin, I wanted the ability for the user to design their own kind of iterators, but have them be very simple. In fact, just normal procedures. I didn't want to add a special construct to the language just for this. This will complicate the language too much, which is what I wanted to minimize in Odin. Okay. One possible pseudo proposal I could give for Go iterators would look like the following. The backward returns a function, starts from the end. Okay, so basically it closes over the state. So closes over the state and returns a function that accepts whether you should break or not, returns all the element stuff. And once you are done looping or it's time to break, you do cleanup. Assign the return values, decrement I, and like return them. Man, the fact that you return implicitly these guys because they're named, I guess it allows you to do this, but holy shit, this is so evil. Anyway, okay, so it works. So you have it. Yeah, that is actually fine. So basically now the for loop keeps calling your function, and you manage your own iteration. Yeah. This pseudo proposal would operate like this? Well, okay, so this is similar to what I do in Odin, but Odin does not support stack frame scope capturing closures. So Odin cannot do this trick where you define I outside. So how does it work? It's the context stuff. does not support stack frame scope capturing closures, only non-scope capturing procedure literals. So you can define like an anonymous function, but you can define, okay, these are like lambdas, except lambdas that don't close over anything. Okay, because Go is garbage collected, I see little need to utilize them like this. The main difference is that Odin does not try to unify the ideas into one construct. I know some people will think this approach is a lot more complicated. It's doing the opposite of what Cox prefers, with storing data in control flow and store data outside of it. But this is usually what I want from an iterator rather than what Go is going to do. And this is the problem. You remove the elegance of storing the data in the control flow of the push-pull distinction that Cox explains. Note, I'm very much an imperative programmer, and I like to know how things actually execute rather than trying to make it elegant looking code. So the approach I wrote above is fundamentally about thinking with regards to execution. The type class interface root would not work in Go because this would not be an orthogonal. Wait, which type class interface? What are we talking about? What's going on? Wait. This is why I did not originally propose it. This is the interface approach. The interface approach is this the interface approach? Like saying that this is an iterator? I'm not sure I follow. In any case, the approach that Go takes seems to go in the face of the apparent philosophy of making Go for the general, frankly, mediocre programmer at Google. But this is not the philosophy of the Go project. Like, this is I think that this is dumb shit that people keep repeating about Go. I don't know, you might like or not like what Go does, but I strongly suspect that people who actually think that they're making they wouldn't be making a language for dumb people that way. Like, would you really want to spend your life designing a fucking language for people that you think don't know how to program? That's not the philosophy behind it, man. In any case, wording it in a different way, this seems to go in the face of, keeping things simple. For the programmer at Google who doesn't want nor can use a complex language, C++. I also don't understand the quotes around complex. In any case, to quote Rob Pike, the key point here is our programmers are Googlers, they're not researchers. By the way, this is funny because, like, if you take this sentence as saying that people at Google are bad programmers, you're kind of implying that researchers are good programmers. Researchers are not good programmers. Researchers fucking suck at programming. It's not their job. Like, ideally, they should be good at researching. And obviously, if you're researching for stuff that relates to computers, then you do need to know how to program to some degree. But, like, a researcher is not a software engineer. Here, in this context, we kind of try to say that a good programmer is like a good software engineer, and that's not what a researcher is. So stating that programmers are Googlers and not researchers that doesn't mean that they are shit at programming, or because the researchers are not good at programming either. In any case, they are typically fairly young, fresh out of school, probably learn Java, maybe learn C or C++, probably learn Python. They're not capable of understanding a brilliant language, but we want to use them to build good software. Come on. It's also obvious, to me at least, that here brilliant language should not be taken literally necessarily. It's kind of like saying, look, these languages which might be brilliant, but we don't think they're good tools for software engineering, and so we prefer to say brilliant instead of saying overly complicated. But in any case, so the language that we give them has to be easy for them to understand and easy to adopt. I don't know. I don't see how this should be interpreted to that extreme degree that people usually interpret, how people usually understand this. What do you think about Swift design and language overall? I used to know Swift, and I used to like Swift a lot. I think it has become another kitchen sink. I used to understand Swift up to version, I think, 3 of Swift, maybe 4. I think 3 though. I think newer modern day Swift is absolutely bonkers insane. There's also this article that came out recently. Let me see if I can find it. Like look at this. Another reason why I don't like Swift anymore. Swift has the problem that it's Apple ecosystem only, pretty much. They are trying to convince you that it's not only for the Apple ecosystem, but in many ways it pretty much is. Obviously, things are going to change over time, and if there is a real push to open Swift to other ecosystems, they will put some effort, and at some point it will be good enough. So I don't want to gatekeep them from doing this. But if you look, for example, packaging Swift libraries for Alpine Linux, a static Swift executable on Alpine Linux weighs 100 megabytes. Like the Alpine distro doesn't weigh this much. Like the Alpine distro is like what a distro, like an Alpine container is what, 10 megabytes, and then your Swift Hello World is 100 megabytes. So long story short, I think that Swift is delightful in many aspects of its design. I think its syntax is really elegant. I think that some features that it has are really probably the best implementation that I've seen. Well, not implementation, but like the best design. I'm not sure about implementation. I just don't know. But the best design that I've seen when it comes to certain features in that space, right? Stuff like getters, setters, lambdas, for example. Yeah, they have great syntax for a lot of things. But the Xcode sucks. I remember that it kept fucking crashing on me, and sometimes it doesn't crash, it just poops itself because it's unable to resolve type definitions when you don't write them. And then sometimes it just gives up and says, yeah, you have to write down this type of definition because I have no idea what this thing is going to be otherwise. And then it's limited. Like, you are gonna be able to use Swift and have a good time on iOS, Mac. Move to Linux, get fucked. Move to Windows, get fucked. So ultimately, it's a very limited language in that sense, with all due respect. And using Zig, I got used to the idea of having a general purpose programming language. And this is funny because when people see our tagline, the way we describe Zig as a general purpose programming language, and people think, oh yeah, that means nothing, that says nothing, they're just saying this because it's marketing. No, Swift is not a general purpose programming language. Like, you want to make a static executable on Linux, bam, 100 megabytes, goodbye. That's not a general purpose programming language. So ultimately, it's like, how learning Python and using Python gives you access to certain things, but then for certain other things, you're kind of locked out. Swift is the same thing. So given that they keep complicating it, keep piling feature on feature, syntax on syntax, and after they added Swift UI. So here's the funny thing. I think the Swift UI is nice in general, like the paradigm, the approach. I like React. I think that way of doing UIs is fine. In many ways, but then they added a bunch of weird ass syntax to Swift to support basically declaratively describing UIs React style, Swift UI style, and then I don't know, I lost it. At that point, I had no idea what Swift was anymore. I used to be able to read Swift source code. I can't anymore. I have no idea what the fuck is going on in there anymore. They don't want to focus on cross compilation and systems programming. They have borrow checker, as I heard. Oh yeah, and then they're also talking about piling features on features, right? They used to have actors, which was fine, which was great actually. But now they obviously it's not like they're not gonna introduce do whatever Rust is doing or whatever other languages are doing. So long story short, in my opinion, Swift falls terribly short when it comes to the things that matter to me by now, meaning the ability to just do general purpose programming. Like, okay, I don't care what the details are. If this is something that it's a machine that can be programmed, I will be able to program it. With Swift, you can't. It's Linux, you can't. Or rather, well, 100 megabyte big hello world, I guess. And then the syntax is overcomplicated. And it's like every release there's more weird shit. And the point is, like, the truth is that all these fancy features that they're adding, they will hide performance issues or like jankiness of whatever kind. I don't want to touch this shit anymore. I'm sorry. I want to know how my programs behave. I barely can control what I design myself directly. And with these things, it's like it's the Wild West. You have no idea what's going on in your program at all anymore. Sorry, Sweep. I just saw your message on YouTube. Hey, Loris, which version number is supposed to be the compiler rewrite release? The compiler has already been rewritten. So if you're talking about self-hosting, meaning having the Zig compiler being implemented in Zig, that already happened. So it's already Zig source code, the Zig compiler. If you're talking about having debug builds happen without LLVM, that is probably going to be 14, 15 for x86 64 Linux. So for, Intel / AMD Linux, probably 14, 15, yeah. For other platforms, one release more or two maybe. Stuff like that. Funny thing is, Latner always keeps saying, well, it's Turing complete, which in theory it's true, but practically it's not general purpose. Yeah, I agree. Turing completeness and general purposeness, completely different things. Because Turing completeness, it's a theoretical property. It means that you can make it do everything that is computable, fair. But general purpose is a much more practical property. You could program microcontrollers in Python. Like, even if you set aside MicroPython, let's imagine that MicroPython doesn't exist, which, by the way, MicroPython is not Python. It's a different language. It just happens to look like Python, but that's another kind of worms. Let's imagine that MicroPython doesn't exist and you want to program a microcontroller. Of course, you can use Python to make it generate the machine code for the microcontroller. Like, you can literally program an assembler in Python and use that and go as up as you want in your levels of abstraction. Like, you could even, you start by programming an assembler in Python, and then you could program a parser in Python that parses a language that then you know how to transform into assembly for your microcontroller, and then use your assembler, and then you can make that language kind of look like Python. Like, this is the funny thing. I'm actually not sure if MicroPython is implemented in Python itself or not, but that's what MicroPython is. MicroPython is a separate language that looks like Python, that doesn't have the same exact semantics as Python, because it's like simplified. It doesn't work like normal Python. And so, yeah, sure, you can pull it off, but it is not realistic. Like, it is not realistic for you to do that when you're just trying to get something done. And that's what you don't have to do with Zig. You want to target WebAssembly. Oh, yeah, by the way, WebAssembly. Good luck doing WebAssembly with Swift. Let's see. Let's check out how much marketing is there for Swift and WebAssembly. Let's see all the bullshit that they say to convince you that it's totally doable. There's also this funny thing. This is another thing that drives me nuts. When people say, oh, there's all these WebAssembly native languages. What the fuck is a WebAssembly native language? That makes no sense. Either you have a general purpose language that can target WebAssembly just like it can target other machines, or you don't. And if you have a runtime, then tough shit. You have to pull in the runtime if you want to have that thing work in WebAssembly. So it's not WebAssembly native. It's like, is it general purpose your fucking language or not? That's the actual question. So let's see. Swift and WebAssembly introduction. SwiftWasm.com is an open source project to support the WebAssembly target for Swift. So they're making it work. Man, this is so not worth it though. Oh, right, reading for standard input becomes like a... Let's see. The goal of this project is to fully support the WebAssembly target for Swift and to be merged into the upstream repository. Okay. How do you do this though? We use LLVM as a compiler backend to produce WebAssembly binaries. Our resulting binaries also depend on WASI, which is a modular system interface for WebAssembly. WASI is mainly required to compile the Swift standard library. Yeah. How big is it, man? Concurrency testing, debugging, troubleshooting examples. They don't tell you. They don't tell, like, how big is this shit? Show me how big is this thing, man. Some feedback from my short experience with Swift WASM. I'm glad, blah, blah, blah. Windows support. Swift has Windows, not WSL support, but Swift WASM does not. WASM binary size is bigger than some other compiled language. Oh, man. This is probably a euphemism. Tell me how big it actually is. Because you have to pull in all the stupid runtime. Right, my next milestone is enabling GC sections linker option. Yeah. Hopefully it will cut off a bunch of unreachable bytes from the final binary. It's tracked here. Resolved by the following changes. Based on my experiments, Hello World program is now smaller, from 7.1 megabytes to 6.7 megabytes. Yeah, I mean, sure, you definitely gain something, so it was a good idea to do this. But you're inherently fucked by the fact that your language is not general purpose. You have to bring the entire runtime with you. Can't escape it. The only way you can escape it is by doing a micro Swift. It's by making a language that looks like Swift that isn't Swift. Good fucking luck with that though, man. Good fucking luck. I'm currently writing a WASM2Z. They could take their WASM binary and compile it natively using my tool. Yeah, but it would still have to rely on the runtime, right? So it's like, it's cursed. It's absolutely cursed. And that is what you get yourself into when you're using a non-general purpose programming language. Which, to be clear, sometimes might be worth it. Obviously, you want to make an iOS app. God damn it, use Swift. You're not going to have a better time using something that isn't Swift. But still. What do you think of libriskv? I have no idea what's libriskv. So, I understand that it relates to RISC-V. I understand that it's a library, but what does it do? Yeah, they got some real baggage with that runtime. Oh, yeah. You want to see something interesting? By the way, I'm going to answer to the other comments. And we still have to finish the blog post from Ginger Bill. So don't forget the stack. Let's all remember the stack. But I wanted to show something from this thing. Okay, so first of all, fully static runtime, everything else on Linux Alpine, 100 fucking megabytes. So check also this out. Linking dynamically on Linux yields a bigger binary. This is because in Linux, Age plugin SC compiles against Swift Crypto, a drop-in replacement for the CryptoKit framework on macOS. So Swift depends on things implemented for macOS that then don't exist on other platform, on other OSs, and so they kind of have to satisfy the interface because it's macOS first. So Swift Crypto uses boring SSL, which is linked statically into the binary, contrary to CryptoKit on macOS, which is a dynamic system library, which causes the binary to be bigger, although the size increase is still limited in absolute number. Somewhere, I don't know if it was written in here. Let me see. No, it was written on Lobsters. There's a Lobsters. There's a Lobsters comment. Lobsters? Can I have lobsters? Please? 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 Lobsters is dead. But some people were pointing out that one of the reasons why that fucking thing is so huge is because... you know what? I'm not gonna say it. Question for chat. So everybody in chat, guess. Why do you think is that huge? So there are multiple reasons why this stuff is that huge. One of the reasons why it's that big, the runtime is that big, has to do with, you know, they probably don't GC everything they could GC. Like maybe it's not GC sections, which I think we were seeing that maybe was already implemented. So it's not that, but for sure they are pulling in things that you don't use. So the fact that your executable always starts at 100 megabytes for being fully statically linked means that there's the fact that it's a fixed amount means that probably that certainly you pull in stuff that even if you're not using it. So like you will pull in all the SSL stuff even if you're not using it, even if you're just doing hello world. So that stuff is stuff that could be deleted. So 100 megabytes, it's a current state of things, it's a bit too much. But there's another huge thing in Swift. Come on. It's not the GC. The GC surely pulls in some things, but like how big is an implementation of a GC? It's not going to be all that big, especially because Swift also does a ton of reference counting. So actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure you have anything else other than reference counting in Swift. So the GC is not that big, I can promise you. It's something else. Come on. Give me guesses. Give me guesses. What do you think it is? There's also official Apple stuff. The whole compiler. That probably is... oh, well, that's a good question. No, I don't think they do include a Swift compiler in the runtime. Although it is funny because I think C# can do that. In any case, GTK, no, that's not it. I don't know. Maybe that might also part of it. libc, no, that's not it either. Come on. Think about it more. What is one funny thing that Swift can do? Runtime metadata. Runtime metadata. Actually, that's a good question. Runtime metadata? Probably there's some, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Left pad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of left pads in there. By the way, we were looking at a blog post, but at WWDC, Apple recently announced with a bunch of fanfare that they introduced static support. Abstraction, more abstraction. Man, can you imagine 100 megabytes worth of abstraction? OP. Come on. Okay, I'll wait 60 seconds more and then I'll say. Okay, let's see. Larimer on YouTube is guessing. Runtime, STD, debug symbols. Does it have runtime reflection? Yes, it does have runtime reflection. So these are also probably all things that bloat this thing a little bit. Yes. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. Larimer, you I think mentioned it, but I would like for it to be more precise. You mentioned the runtime. Yeah. You mentioned the debug symbols. You mentioned other stuff, but you mentioned the standard library. And I believe that what I'm thinking of is part of the standard library. Or you know what? It might be something that is shared both by the compiler and the standard library, but it is most definitely also in the standard library. Metal translation layer. There we go. Bambucha, you got it right. Bambucha. Unicode shit. It is Unicode shit. Because Swift doesn't iterate on code points. Swift iterates on grapheme clusters, and more in general, it bundles in the language all the Unicode metadata in the standard library. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Look. Swift. Strings and characters. Unicode scalar values, extended grapheme clusters. Every instance of Swift's character type represents a single extended grapheme cluster. So whenever you loop on a string, you're not looping on bytes, you're not looping on code points like a Go and company. You're looping on grapheme clusters. And I think it has more of that. It has more Unicode information available to you if you want. So yeah, and they have all this info. They have all this info in the language. And that's what people were pointing out on Lobsters. So I guess this is not the entry that I was thinking of. Is this one? Wait, 2 comments? Come on, there were more than 2 comments, I think. Oh, you know what? I might be misremembering. Maybe I was thinking about the Hacker News post. Let's see. I was curious how large these static binaries would be since the last announcement. Being honest, 100 megabyte is a bit larger than I was expecting. Probably fine for CI business apps and such, but kind of rules out a lot of Linux until Linux util type things. I mean, come on. Yes, 100 megabytes is just too much, period. Yeah, the Alpine Linux Docker image, the entire OS is 7.8 megabytes. And then your thing is 100 megabytes. God damn it. A big chunk, roughly a quarter of it, is the Unicode handling library. This is the price of having Unicode stuff into your language. I think eventually the standard library will be split up more so that it's not one giant blob, but there's a lot of areas that will be reducing in the future. So there's that. So according to this, then, Unicode stuff is not even all that much. So it means the Unicode stuff is like 15 megabytes and then 25 megabytes, and then 75 is else. So ultimately, there's other stuff that all summed together is bigger than Unicode stuff. But still, 15 megabytes just because of the fucking poop emoji. Yeah. Although, you know what? It does make sense because ultimately, Apple cares about storytelling and they want Swift to be a language that can be used to tell the true story. And we all know what is the one thing that tells the true story. And it's not empty words uttered by liars. It's the true upvotes. It's the true... it's the emojis. It's the emoji reactions left by... I don't know. By people that don't lie, I guess. I wonder how long Unicode will remain in use, if it will be replaced by something lighter or even heavier. I don't know. I think that ultimately it makes sense for Unicode to be that complicated because okay, let's set aside for a moment the purple emojis, but it accounts for all the weirdness in human languages, and as long as you have weird human languages, Unicode will make sense. Maybe there will be a future where, I don't know, 1,000 years from now, and we all speak one language. We all speak, I don't know, probably not English, right? That's what people say. We all speak Chinese or something. But whatever we end up all speaking, if that happens, then yeah, you can get rid of Unicode and revert to something simpler. But until then, it just makes sense. But it is... keep in mind that grapheme clusters are not just for emoji. Grapheme clusters also are concepts that I think they were actually introduced probably for language modeling reasons and then also used by emojis, but I don't think they were invented for emojis. I'm not sure. I don't know the full history of Unicode. But that said, it's complicated. It has to be complicated. It's fine. The problem is, you clearly don't want all that stuff in your executables every time you make hello world. Similar to CH root, I wonder if Flatpak is a good option. Man, it's like, look, your thing is not bloated enough already. Let's add Flatpak on top. Let's make it extra bloated. I don't think that it will be Chinese due to the spoken languages being different, Mandarin, etc. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Whatever it's gonna be. Maybe it will be Spanish or whatever, or a new language. You know, maybe maybe somebody will make a new human language and somehow convince people to speak it. That's hilarious. It's like making a new programming language, but even weirder. Yeah, but until then, Unicode makes sense. It's just a bunch of stuff, and it needs to be managed correctly, like a lot of other things. Okay, so I know that many people are offended by this comment, but it's brilliant language design by understanding who you are designing the language for, It is not insulting, but rather a matter of fact statement, as Go was originally for the people who work at Google and similar industries. You might be a better and more capable programmer than the average Googler, but that doesn't matter. But I really think that, like, you shouldn't take everything that was said here at full face value, because if you imagine the case where they wanted to say, look, we want our thing to be simple so that we can ramp up new programmers and they can focus on getting the engineering done instead of focusing on weird quirks in a fucking overcomplicated language. Obviously, they're not going to say a fucking overcomplicated language. They will say a brilliant language. So if you account for the fact that obviously they would not say that directly, then obviously this sentence should not be taken 100% at face value. So I don't know. I cannot understand how people really take this sentence so seriously. Man. Oh, or maybe I'm starting to understand. The problem is that there are no emojis here. If Rob Pike had put some emojis, then people would understand the truth a little bit better. You just described Esperanto. Oh, yeah. Unicode contains complexity for both Egyptian hieroglyphs and languages whose writing system is younger than the first versions of Unicode. Hey, Laramere. Oh, you decided to hop on Twitch from YouTube? Sorry, I was not reading your messages frequently enough. Happy Man on YouTube. Zig for website backend and front end. Yeah, Zig for president. Let's go. As they say, a picture is worth a kilo words. Indeed. Oh, you're Happy Me view bot. Thank you. So let's see. However, the iterator design does seem out of character for Go, especially for the reason for the someone like proposer Russ Cox. Assuming he was the original proposer on the Go team, it makes Go a lot more complicated, more magical too. I understand how the iterator system works because I'm literally a language design and compiler implementer. It also has the possible issue to it. Man, okay, it has the possible issues. The possible issue to it won't be a well-performing approach, either because of its need for closures and callbacks. Okay. Maybe the argument for its design is that the average Go programmer is not meant to implement iterators, but just use them. and that the majority of the iterators that people will need will be already available in Go's standard library or by the third-party package itself. So the onus is put on the package writer, not the package user. But this is why I think a lot of people seem to be angry over the design. It goes against everything Go was originally meant to be in the eyes of a lot of people, and it seems like a really complicated mess. I understand the beauty that it looks like a generator with the yield and inline code approach, but I do not think that is necessarily in the vein of what Go is to a lot of people. Go does hide a lot of how the magic works under the scenes, especially with garbage collection, Go routines, select, many other construct. However, I think this is a little bit too magical in that it exposes the magic to the user a little too much, while it's looking overly complex to the average Go programmer. The other aspect where people find this confusing is that it's a func that returns a func that takes a func, and that the body of the for range is transformed into a func, and all breaks and other escaping control flow are converted into a return false. It's just 3 levels of procedures deep, which again feels like a functional language rather than an imperative language. Note that I'm not suggesting they replace the iterator design with what I'm suggesting. Yeah, you said that already. But rather a generalized iterator approach might have not been a good thing for Go in the first place. For me at least, Go is an apologetic imperative language with first-class CSP-like constructs. It's not trying to be a functional-like language. Iterators are in that weird place where they do exist in imperative languages, but they are very functionally as a concept. Iterators can be very elegant in functional languages, but in many unabashed imperative languages, they always feel weird because because they are being unified into a separate construct rather than separating out the parts of it. Initialize, play, iterator, plot, destroy. Aside, Odin's approach. Let's see. As I alluded previously, in Odin, an iterator is just a procedure call where the last value of the multiple return is just a boolean indicating whether to continue or not. And because Odin does not support closures, the equivalent Go backward iterator in Odin is a little bit more code to type. Note, before people say this looks even more complex, please continue reading the article. Most Odin iterators are not like this, and I would never recommend writing such an iterator where a trivial for loop would be preferred for both the reader and the writer of the code. Yeah. So backward iterator is a struct, takes in a type, declares a slice of that type, keeps track of an index. Backward make. So this is like an initializer. Yeah, explicit construction for the iterator. So this makes the iterator. Backward iterate. So that's your iterator function. It's a procedure that takes in a pointer to an iterator and returns elements. Indices. Well, it returns whatever. Yeah, the same thing that he proposed earlier. And yeah, does the normal thing. And then you use it like this. Then you create an iterator, and then you call it in a for loop. Honestly, in this whole story that we keep seeing, like Zig's approach with just making a thing that has a next function and you just call next. It's fine. It's good enough. It works. In any case, hey egoist, hello. So this does appear to be a lot more complicated than the Go approach, does it? To me, it doesn't really. I mean, it seems fine. Because it requires you to write a lot more code. However, it's actually a hell of a lot simpler to understand, comprehend, and even faster to execute. The iterator does not call the for loop's body, rather than the body calls the iterator. I know Cox loves the ability of storing data in control flow, and I do agree it is nice. I actually would be interested in understanding exactly what is the point. What is there to gain? Why do you think it's a good idea? Like, generally asking, I don't know what's nice about that. In any case, especially with the lack of closures because Odin is manual memory management language. An iterator is just syntactic sugar for the following. For blah, 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 backward iterate. Yeah, okay, you know what? I would even argue that, man, here Odin is not doing a lot of work for you. It's like it's managing the iterator a bit, but not even all that much. It's really not managing all that much. So, well, okay, I guess obviously I'm biased, but I mean, I'm fine. I'm really fine with just, you make an iterator and you just call next on it in Zig, and it's like, whatever, dude. That's it. That is it. So Odin does not hide the magic, while its Ghost approach is actually very magical. Odin makes you handle the closure-like values manually along with the construction and destruction of the iterator itself. This is actually surprising to me. Like, I would understand if this thing, on top of doing that little bit of handling of the like okay thing and that those minor things, would also manage the creation and destruction of the iterable, but it doesn't even. So, well, okay, I can see it to some degree. It's just like it's doing so little. Anyway, sorry. Odin's approach also trivially allows you to have as many multiple returns values as you wanted to. A good example of this is Odin's encoding CSV package, where the reader can be treated like an iterator. And so you do for record index error in CSV iterator next. Right. Right. With Go, they really lose this completely. Actually, I think that this argument is so strong that I think should be put above everything else. That's a very good point, man. If you design your iterators like this is this is a very good point, man. Why is Go throwing all of that in the trash? I will try not to get into a huge rant about C++ iterators in this article. Just a minor one, I guess. Just a small one. Okay, I'm not gonna read this one. Like this is unreadable. Operator overload, I'm not interested in. So I'm gonna skip, sorry. So in conclusion, I feel like Go's iterators do make sense with the design principles applied to them, but seem antithetical to what most people view Go as being. I know Go has had to get more complex over the years, especially with the introduction of generics, which I do think are actually well designed and only a few syntax quibbles. But the introduction of iterators of this ilk feels wrong. I think the short of it is that it feels like it goes against the apparent philosophy of Go that many people believe. Yeah. You mentioned this already. And because of those reasons, I think that is why people don't like the iterator stuff. Okay, even if I completely understand the design choices, yes, it does feel like what Go. It doesn't feel like what Go original was to many people. Maybe the concerns of mine and others are overblown. Second to last controversial take. Okay, so we're getting two controversial takes to end the blog post. Let's see. Second to last controversial take. Maybe Go needed to gatekeep even more and just tell the functional bros to go away and stop asking for such features, which make Go a much more complicated and complex language. Last controversial take. If it was me, I would just not have allowed custom iterators into Go whatsoever. But I'm not on the Go team. Nor do I want to be. What I gather from Go's history, I don't think they're really all that open to outside pressure. As far as I understand, the Go team is like mostly doing things privately, internally, at Google. Some people are not at Google anymore, like Filo Sottile, for example. Filippo Varsorda is not at Google anymore, but still, it's like I remember that he mentioned it was a while ago. It was like a couple years ago, maybe by now. But he did mention that after leaving Google, he had to work and push with the Go team to set up processes to keep him in the loop. He as a ex-Googler, as an outsider by then, because he was not a Google anymore, but he was still in the Go team. So I don't think they really feel the pressure from functional pros. That said, it does seem to be, exactly the kind of give me this delightful tool from somebody who really loves that shit at the expense of everything else. So probably I would not bet on whether this happened or not, but I am too a little bit spooked by this decision. Like, I guess maybe the key lies in this blog post about storing data in control flow and what that means, why it's good or not or something. I should probably read this blog post. I'm not gonna do this now. But in any case, so this is Ginger Bill's post. Let's see the comments. Thing is, feeling-based arguments carry no weight in a technical decision. Getting angry about a programming language feature is silly as it gets. Well, people do get angry at programming language features, and I mean, well, whatever. Ginger Bill is active in the convo over at Reddit. Oh god. Let's go on Reddit. I think iterators are the single best thing they could add to Go. Why? Yeah, every time people talk about iterators in this sense, it always drives me nuts. It's like sometimes people ask, does Zig have iterators? And it's like, no, man, there's no iterators. You can't loop in Zig, actually. Sorry. Like an iterator, it's not something that the language has to give you permission to do. It's just a, well, let's call it design pattern. But anyway, that feelings don't matter argument is bullshit. There's been so many times where I felt a design decision was off, was ignored by others, and turned out to be 100% vindicated. Sure, it's design. When it comes to design, and it's design of stuff that should be used by humans. So ultimately, a feeling is just like a complex perception that takes effort to pin down to the specific reasons why you feel that way. To me, I personally use a lot the word, like the expression good taste when talking about design. And obviously good taste is underspecified. When you say good taste, you're not exactly pinning down what good taste is. But boy, does good and bad taste exist out there. Holy shit. Like, you would have to be very naive to not know that bad taste exists out there. So first use comes to mind memory growth, iterators over large ranges like IPv6 addresses, and being able to easily control that without other hacks in the code. You can still use next yield in an imperative way by writing a function. Well, in any case, okay, so this person writes iterators. Cool. What about the specifics of how these iterators work, though? Because that's the point. Hey, X2. Hello. Off topic. Is there significance to the 8char to the right of your camera stream? Yeah, I'm like one of those fancy streamers now, and I'm showing you my sub count. It's like if you ever watch like Summit 1G, he has like 20 something thousand there. I have 8, sorry. I did it kind of as a joke, but it's gonna stay there for a while. It's so that sponsor. I don't know that for sure because I was never told explicitly. But my understanding is that streamers put that number on their camera, popular streamers, because it kind of tells potential advertisers, potential sponsors, what kind of audience they have, what kind of like, let's say, invested audience they have. And I think it also tells their audience how they're doing. So you could say like, I really like Summit 1G. So you know, the guy has 20 fucking thousand subs, so he's not gonna die of hunger anytime soon. But still, I think he deserves more. I want the guy to be happy because he makes me happy. So I'll sub. I don't know. Write it in binary to make it look more impressive. Yeah. So the only feature I'd like to see more is Rust enum pattern matching for invariant and variance. I have a little reason to use Rust if Go had that. Oh man, this perspective is so far from where I'm at right now. In any case, I work around it using type switch, type matching, and then complicated and marshalling code. Anyway, iterators are good. What? Let that accept. Blah 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 blah. This. Okay, Bill, I hope that you're not going bonkers with this comment, because like the answer is, dude, this is all well and good, but my main beef is with the implementation, not necessarily its existence. He did say that in his opinion, Go would be fine even without iterators in the end. But I like, come on. Okay, let's see. I'm not the biggest fan of Go's iterators because of the reason people dislike them. They make Go feel too much like a functional language, which is an implementation detail. This person is not talking about they are implemented. This person is just saying that they want to loop over shit. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna skip this sub discussion. Okay, let's move forward. I'd expect to rarely write an iterator myself. I also don't understand that. People think that they don't write iterators. I don't believe this. I don't believe it. I think that you write iterators, you just don't call them that, and you don't realize that. But I think yeah, no emojis, no truth. I agree. Oh my god, I was such a moron. Of course. No emojis, can't trust it if no emojis. I agree. So but really, I mean, I'm really trying hard to think. Do people really rarely write an iterator? I would actually ask here chat. So people in chat, do you write iterators in your opinion? A lot? A few? Sometimes? I'm writing parsers right now, so I'm writing fucking iterators all the time, and that's a specific thing, so fine. But I feel like when people say they don't never write an iterator, they just don't call it that, and they don't realize that that's what they're doing, and they don't need permission from an interface to implement an iterator. What I feel is happening is that the original guard who made the language have moved on from the project. The new leadership does regular surveys of the community and what their problems are. They don't have as strict constraints on the language as the original developers, who basically consider Go's language design as done and want to address their users' issues. So it's very slowly creeping towards the kitchen sink ending. But can you tell me who has moved on and who has joined? Because and sorry, okay, let me rephrase this a little bit. Sorry. The point is, as far as I understand, most, if not the entire original guard is still there. Like, isn't Rascox still there working on Go? Maybe I'm wrong. And I understand also that the Go team is more than just 3 dudes in a trench coat. There's other people as well. And those might have changed, etc., etc. But I think that people who are mostly in charge of these things have not really changed. Have they? In Google, you basically have to show impact to justify anything. You, especially if you want to get promoted, at least when I was there, you have to show both your impact on the project and the project's impact on Google. Saying X Go users want this feature handles the first, and saying X Google products are made with Go handles the second. Russ Cox wasn't one of the original designers. Oh, yeah. Okay, you totally know more than me about this stuff. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so you're saying that... So you're counting basically Russ Cox as part of this new wave. Okay. So let's see. Iterators, moderately. Definitely sometimes. X2 wrote one right now just to prove that he occasionally does. I guess you don't write that many in Rust because you tend to compose them from the large amount of iterators already at our disposal, but I don't think they're talking about that. I wrote iterators when it felt convenient to tie the iteration itself to a state. It's not happened often, I'd say. Well, okay, that is the definition of an iterator, right? An iterator is state. It's packaged state that you want to keep around to keep track of your iteration. So it doesn't happen often to you. Okay. There is a fundamental force of the universe that pulls every language to the kitchen sink ending. Yeah. And it takes constant vigilance and pushback to keep it away from the black hole. Yeah. I iterate over array indices and readers, so adapters for reading and the rest is supported directly. If you think about it, an index, like a U-size, the index itself, it's a tiny iterator in a sense. It's the tiny iterator that you use to iterate arrays. Well, thank you. That was my TED talk. Maybe I just don't care that much anymore. So let's see. Russ was not, but he joined very early and influenced the language a lot. HTML tokenizer is an iterator. Yeah. Rob Pike and Ken Thompson are not working on Go anymore, as far as I know, but Robert Griesmer is still on the team. Okay, so Larimer and Greeley, so you guys seem to be aware of this stuff. What's your take then? Do you think that what Bill was alluding to could be a possibility, that that they got quote unquote pressured, or let's say influenced by people who are more in love with functional programming, and kinda that's why the feature ended up being how it is? Because I would say that if somebody made this argument for Rust, that would be super easy for me to believe, in the sense that I do, as I understand, Rust does have a lot of features in it that are inspired by functional programming, and people, and a general appreciation for that. So people want to explicitly design this kind of stuff that way. So the point is, I do buy the argument that there are circles where people who do and like functional programming push for that way of looking at things. That is an argument that I totally believe. The part that I'm unsure about is whether that happens specifically with the Go development team, considering that Go seemed, at least up until now, fairly free from a fairly different circle, like a circle where that kind of stuff doesn't really happen all that much. What does Zig do to avoid the kitchen sink? What does Zig do to avoid the kitchen sink? I think at its core is the fact that the people in charge with its design, mainly Andrew Kelly, have a perspective that is very focused on simplicity, and that is in practice the main force behind it. So if you find online videos from Andrew and read some of these blog posts, and I don't know, watch maybe videos where you can see like his office, for example, you can get an idea, or like, I don't know, you watch him skateboard even, you get an idea that he likes to, he likes to focus on, he doesn't focus too much on bells and whistles, generally speaking. So I feel like minimalistic is not the right word. I said simple, but I think there is a better word to describe the point. Maybe scrappiness. Let's see what the definition of scrappiness is. Scrapping, consisting of disorganized, untidy, or incomplete parts. No, that's not really what I'm thinking of. What is a scrappy person? Having a strong, determined character and willing to argue and fight. No. Is this really the exact definition of this word? I think I heard it being used with a slightly different meaning. In any case, the point is, the point is that Andrew doesn't focus too much on having for example, people were like, there was this picture of his work desk a while ago that was shared in Discord, and it's like he's sitting on a normal chair. He doesn't have like a fancy leather gaming chair. He has a normal chair. I think he upgraded since that time to a better chair, but it's like he's not like overly focusing on the aesthetics of things in order for them to be super fancy and sophisticated. He basically does the work to get. He looks at features from the perspective of getting work done, and I think that is the main reason, like the way he ensures that Zig doesn't end up with the kitchen sink ending. So let's see what people have to say about the Go stuff. That really depends on what we mean by functional programming. The initial team always thought of Go as an imperative language, but they were fine with first-class functions. Okay, Rob proposed many designs relying on first-class functions. In other words, they are fine with some concepts inherited from functional programming, but not going all the way down. Okay, so I haven't looked at how iterators work. I joined partway through this, but I know what happened with generics. Their design really is very good for adding generics to what was already there in 1.0. However, generics kind of accidentally work really well for writing functional style code. Yeah, and in general, doing weird ass metaprogramming. Instead, Go is typically imperative code. Like Go stands on map and reduce had long been just write a for loop. However, writing either of those with generics is only a few lines. Yep, they open the door to that shit. And so people have asked those to be added in the standard library. I think the problem is about functional programming or not. They are simply... I'm guessing the problem isn't about functional programming or not. They are simply facing the question of evolving the language or not. Always a difficult question for a language used by so many people. Yeah, but I don't think they are ceding to pressure. They are still gatekeeping a lot. Yeah, so Lara Bear, there's this blog post by Ginger Bill that we were reading. He posted on Twitter and a bunch of other places, so you should be able to find it. It's on Lobsters and it's on the Golang subreddit. Actually, did we read all the comments from Reddit? Maybe not. But in any case, I think Bill made a reasonable point. He said that basically you could implement, there's like a couple main ways in which you could implement iterators, and Go went for the fancier, more functions that accept functions that return functions type of approach, where they could have gone with something simpler, but for one reason or another, that's what they decided to do. So let's see. I'd expect to rarely write an iterator myself, but to use them more often via libraries. I'm happy with the extra complexity of writing them as a trade-off for making code that uses easier. But I don't think it makes the code that uses them easier at all. Like, I think that the code would have been the exact freaking same usage-wise had they gone for the other approach. Man, I'm not Bill, but I feel like people really missed points in what he wrote. It usually happens to stuff that I write, but I now feel the same also with stuff with what he wrote. I'm not a huge fan either, but it feels like people are missing out on a quite important aspect: standardization. Okay? The iterators are already there. It does not matter whatever we call them. See buff.io.scanner or SQL.rows. Every type willing to be iterable must either follow one of the existing iterator-like APIs from the standard library or figure out its own way of interaction. For longer collections or custom data types, trees, tries, stacks, heaps, linked hash maps, conversion to slash map could have been too expensive, so custom iterator-like APIs were invented. Okay. Of course, you can overuse it or even create a library for reactive streams. RX Go incoming XD, please don't. Looking from a perspective of the maintainer of internal libraries, you can return something iterable just like an IO reader instead of an os.file. Could you not with the other approach? Would the other approach have prevented you from doing this? If you feel like you want to keep using slices maps, that's perfectly fine. Okay, so people keep replying to points that were not made in the blog post. It's like, here's a random thought vaguely related to what was written. I see why people don't like them, but I think they'll be extremely useful. Although probably not used often. Iterators are a great concept, but the Go implementation have some usability problems. You cannot write a generic function which accepts an iterator and slice. Iterators does not work well with warargs. Yeah, this was... I think this is like such a good point. By the way, thank you. Finally, we got somebody that actually read the blog post, and this is such a good point that to me is like point number one even. So you will need constantly switch between xiter.collect and xiter.ofSlice. Oh my god, what is this stuff? Go have no extension methods, so any LinkUstyle library became very verbose and reversed. Well, good thing that you guys cannot have LinkUstyle library. Like, fuck LinkU. Fuck LinkU. Okay, comment that quotes the original blog post. Amazing. Although I also have mixed feelings about growing complexity, a silly insult like this makes me distrust the author's reasoning. First, Google uses a huge amount of C++. Okay, I was about to say, man, this guy is quoting the original blog post, so finally somebody who read. On top of this one above. But no, this person stopped there and didn't bother reading the next lines. Oh my god, this is so bad. Because people don't like when things change and evolve. Period. And Bill replies to this stuff. Man, oh, but Iga joins the... I like Iga. Let's see what Iga has to say. Iga says, people disagree with that though. People are strange. There is a class of problems which are best solved using functional programming. Also, these people don't want iterators, and then they invent how to make iterators using channels. No and no. Why should Go, which is fundamentally an imperative procedural language with CSP features, be a functional language? In channels as iterators is an absolute hack, should not be used. But I think that's kind of... Iga was not suggesting... Well, anyway, that's the questions you ask yourself. I don't ask these questions myself. I think how we can abstract iteration logic from processing logic without iterators, and there is no way to do that. Any solution will be a function with a callback. So yeah, let's forbid function pointers for the sake of procedural... Huh? I don't understand this exchange, man. What is going on? It's like they started at some point consuming garbage, and then they started outputting garbage in the comments. I haven't heard LinkU said that way. I thought it was just Link. Yeah. I'm aware of that. They want you to pronounce it Link. I don't care. I saw lack of respect for that thing that I don't even care about calling it the way they want me to call it. It's LinkU for me. Yeah, I don't know. I just find it horrible. To me, LinkU is like, here's a shitty ORM also for your memory. Because, well, I guess LinkU is also partially an ORM. Maybe not directly, but it is a framework for leveraging ORMs. I don't know. It's just shit for me. So it makes it feel too functional. Garbage argument, in my opinion. Purism isn't engineering. Man, what a mess. What a mess. Somebody should send like a SWAT team and like extract Ginger Bill from this thread. Like seriously, go there, helicopter, you know, a black, all black dressing, all black clothes, submachine guns, and just extract the target from this stuff. Man. And people keep saying, "Oh, you guys, what a mistake you made going away from Reddit. Oh no, now that Zig is not on Reddit anymore, like you're hurting the language because of your what is it that people said? That kind of like because of like political stances or whatever, we abandoned Reddit and like we basically hurt the language to satisfy our own whatever." And it's like, no man, it's a fucking cesspool. I really want to love Zig, but I feel jealous of the Rascrab and the Gopher. Implementing recursion as an iterator. What? Build, use, feed string. Oh no, man. Doesn't it make more sense to have a keyword for retain instead to defer manually? My Z code is lower than my Python implementation on a toy 1 billion row challenge problem ? Zig interfaces. Mom, we have def protocol, pub trait add, and public interface actor. Sorry, can we have? No, there's this stuff at home. This stuff at home. Any type. Wow. Oh, this one was particularly funny. Not because of this. I mean, this is a fine meme. That's fine. It's also, you know, yeah, you could enjoy it as somebody who programs Zig. I will always upvote any type 8. Okay, but then it goes into full blown insanity. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, Morglod. Morglod is my hero here. Well, community won with methods inside structs, so I think one day they will won with this. So according to Morglod, community, you know, maybe it's the same functional programming. Let's call it the functional programming secret society that also pushed for methods inside structs in Zig. Wait, it wasn't a feature before? When? And somebody says, wait, was it really not a feature before? And then Morgan said, listen, I don't have time to search sources. By the way, just so we're clear, this is bullshit. Zig had methods pretty much from the beginning. There wasn't really any community. I don't know if like the first comment that Andrew made supported that, but it's like, it's in Zig since forever, from way before there was like a community around Zig. So this is absolutely like a flat earther type of insanity here. It's like, and somebody says, wait, do you have anything to corroborate your claim? No, sorry, I don't have time to search sources. It was opinionated thing before community pushed it. The fuck are you talking about? Was it like Rust with Impul? Don't know this, sorry. Yeah, of course you don't know, because you were making this up. Fucking idiot. Most likely not allowed in more C style. Like, no, why are you... If you don't know, why are you even assuming things? All right, I was under the impression that Zig had namespaces. So yeah, man, Every day we hurt because we abandoned Reddit. And also, by the way, this is all the good shit that goes into your favorite LLM. Man, this is all the good shit that then will power, recaps and other fancy LLM features for your assistants. Good shit, man. Good shit. Anyway, so what the heck is this? Implementing recursion as an iterator. Hi, I implemented a recursive algorithm as an iterator since async isn't an option. Okay, it works, but I just wonder if there is a better way. Oh, I see. I see. I think the answer is yes, because everything that's recursive can be made in a for loop and vice versa. So sure, just put in some effort. Did anybody reply? Nobody replied. Oh well. I still try to help on Reddit, but there's still a lot of garbage on it. Yeah. Zig 1.0 should replace the mascots with one refined mascot. Is information boy? And I don't know, but I want to be a smart boy. How do you all feel about Zig scope? My impression is there is more to do now than the last time Andrew presented a roadmap. The scope of Zig is pretty big. It's like no joke. But it hasn't really expanded much in recent times. Like, the scope of Zig is big because it's a language, it's a build system, it's a compiler. It's a compiler that also builds C and C++ and builds C and C++. It depends on LLVM, but it wants to make LLVM an optional dependency. So having custom backends, replacing LLVM for the bug stuff, big scope. The idea of eventually replacing LLVM, also, or rather having another optimizing backend that competes against LLVM, that's another big piece of scope. So yeah, it is pretty big, no joke. But I think that's pretty much it, and it has been that for a while now. Incremental compilation and whole code reload also, well, that relates to these things a bit. So I don't know, it's big. Will you tag 1.0 before all the compiler work is done? I don't think so. No. Or, well, it depends on how strict you want to be with the definition to all. So I can imagine that there will be commits to the compiler that will happen after 1.0 at some point. But I think that the idea is to explore all the major things that we want to explore before tagging 1.0. That is at least the current stance. That the only way that 1.0 could be tagged before that is in the case that Zig introduces something like editions, like Rust's editions, where Zig is able to basically pull up a previous version of the language semantics to guarantee that your thing gets built correctly. The problem is having that relies also on, like, Rust does that by basically having every every crate. So like Rust is able to provide that at the compilation unit level, I believe. And Zig doesn't really have much of those. Like when it comes to Zig code itself, Zig code is one compilation unit. So I think it would be more difficult for Zig to pull that off. Not impossible, but more difficult. So I don't know. I don't know if we will have anything like that. And you need something like this if you want to tag 1.0 before being like pretty much kind of done with the language. My favorite Zig subreddit event, somewhat recently, someone asked what Zig was missing before 1.0. Every response was features people wanted for 1.0, not what work was remaining for 1.0. Someone said, Rai and got massively downvoted. Someone else posted a new thread, asked why they were downvoted, saying, aren't we as a community interested in the best ideas in languages? Oh no, yeah, don't worry. Still pretty good. Oh man. You know what? I think I saw this thread. Maybe we can fish it out. But look, that thing is insane. There was another thread recently where somebody, like a couple of you know what? Maybe I can still pull up a link to that thing, because it's insane. It has been deleted, where deleted means that it's not available on the front page anymore. But I think the thing itself is still there. Yeah, the thing itself is still there. So check out this other piece of insanity. But then I want to find this. So this one was posted a while ago. So random account with 999 at the end. You must be 18 plus. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the heck is in there? Wait, let me open this off stream first. Okay, there's nothing there. So account that has yeah, continue. Account that has never posted anything, never done anything, with a frankly weird name. You know, you can't say for sure. And the fact that the account is 3 years old means that it's like it wasn't created yesterday, but it's still weird. So this account, out of nowhere, posts the most generic, "Hey Reddit fam, just wanted to share that I just donated $50 to the Z Software Foundation. They're doing incredible work. Every bit counts. So if you're able, consider joining me in supporting their cause. Let's make a difference." This is weird, because this is like a way of describing these things that really doesn't feel like it belongs to the Z community at all. It's weird. Corpa? Wait, is that a Moon emoji? Sorry, is that a Moon emote that you're referring with Corpa? I don't remember which is Corpa. Anyway, sorry. So this is weird. From a weird account, the body was removed, but there wasn't anything here. I think the body was completely empty, the message body, or if it wasn't empty, it was close to. But most interesting, this thread didn't mention even how to donate. It didn't say anything about donating. And I can tell you, I checked, there was no $50 Z Software Foundation happening anywhere around the time when this was posted. So super giga sus. Oh, it's a Pepe in a business suit. I see, that's Corpa. Okay, thank you. Oh man, what's the name of that other Moon emote? The one where there's the thing by the side with a couple of eyes pointing out. What's the name of that one? I haven't been watching Moon for a while now. That thing cracked me up every single time. Is it Borpa? I think it was Borpa or something. In any case, yeah, this donation post is weird. Yeah, but Larmer, it doesn't end here. So let me go through the entire thing. It's an experience. So this is super weird. And then there's this other message. This is how it was originally. It says, "I'm joining you from another account with one blog post, Redditor for 9 months, doing nothing." So one theory is that probably these were accounts that were trying to, get some karma so that then they could be sold. So like they're bot accounts. They're basically bot accounts that are trying to be born. They're trying to, become variable. I guess an account that doesn't have any karma on Reddit, maybe by virtue of being old, has some value, but not a ton. Obviously, an account with a ton of karma would be much more valuable. So that's an assumption. But in any case, so this happens, and then you have Jane Orwick that goes insane with this thing and says, "Why does this seem like a setup or covert ad asking for donations?" Well, first of all, this cannot be a covert ad asking for donations. There's nothing covert about this. Oh, I guess you could say covert because it sounds like it's not coming from the people asking for donations, and it sounds like it's coming from somebody else. In any case, yeah. So Jay Norwick does all the investigative work, which is cool, I guess. And then somebody says, yeah, struck me immediately as odd. And then boom. Considering it was 2 accounts, it was deleted within minutes of me posting that, and we guessing covered ad. Did the ZSF really just try to trick its users? That's quite fucked up. What are you talking about, man? Like, first of all, asking directly as the ZSF for money, it has been always way the effective thing, and I bet you it would be more effective than doing this shit. So I don't know for sure because I haven't really done this type of thing ever, but I strongly suspect there's nothing to gain to going down this route. But then even if I were, god damn it,